Chapter 5097. In the primordial void, in the endless dark zone that was extremely far away from the two sides of the Milky Way, near the base camp of the Source Nest star, whoosh, a faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and an imperceptible flash appeared, followed by Yi Xian's figure. He had just left the forbidden land of the left bank of the Milky Way and activated the interstellar coordinate ability of the devouring system in his body. The locked jump coordinate was near the base camp of the Source Nest star. A long time ago, after he returned from the endless turbulent void, he took the opportunity to go to the Source Nest star, but he didn't stay for long at that time because the Magic Hall army was in trouble, so he left in a hurry. Here at this moment, as soon as his figure appeared, he directly rushed to the Source Nest star in the void in front of him. He used his divine sense to explore. The surroundings of the Source Nest star were extremely quiet. Even from far away, he could vaguely see the surface of the Source Nest star. Xianxia had some teams of ferocious beasts and demonic cultivators patrolling the area. As his figure turned into a ray of light and directly landed on the Source Nest star, the patrolling teams of demonic cultivators and ferocious beasts immediately swarmed over. Yi Xian didn't stay here for too long. Then his figure flashed and went underground, directly entering the first layer of the life giant fortress's inner space. Such as now, the entire interior of the Source Nest star had been swallowed by the life giant fortress. Under the shallow layer of rock on the surface was the entire life giant fortress. It was extremely huge, and with the use of space folding technology inside, it was so vast that one couldn't see the end at all. The news of his return was quickly transmitted by the patrol team on the surface of the star. A large number of space beasts were rushing over, and among them, Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, Nebashan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuofeng Tai, and other demon powerhouses were clearly seen. Including the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silver Pole were also rushing over. Everyone was extremely excited. This time, he didn't leave for long, so the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, Old Monster Silver Pole, Gui Hai Dao, and other trusted subordinates still had the same cultivation base. This in the past few years, all his trusted subordinates that had been left behind on Source Nest star had cultivated wholeheartedly, and their strengths were rather extraordinary now. The Flying Centipede and Old Monster Silver Dawn were already exalted realm experts, and they weren't far away from the primordial era. As for the 8 Vajra warriors Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, as well as the leaders of the demon army, including Naibwa Mountain, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and Zhuofeng Tai, they were all universe masters, and they were at the late stage of this realm. They were not too far away from becoming universe supreme masters. The 20,000 great beings under Yu Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu all had the power of universe knights. Even though they were only at the initial stage, as long as they were provided with a large amount of cultivation resources, it wouldn't be long before the entire demon army of 20,000 cultivators would progress in their cultivation once again. They had been nurturing Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu's 20,000 demon soldiers as an elite troop. They had invested a lot of top-tier cultivation resources into them over the years. Such as now, it seemed that the results were amazing, but this wasn't the end. Everything had to continue. Thinking that there would be a demon army of 20,000 universe knights soon, Yi Xian felt extremely gratified. However, he couldn't wait to see how far this elite demon army, which had been following him since the beginning, could reach in the end. Besides the demon army, the space beasts in the 10 million ferocious beasts under Old Pig Demon's command had also made amazing progress in their cultivation. Last time, when Yi Xian left with Old Pig Demon, there were already 7 great beings at the initial stage in the ferocious beast army. After all, when Yi Xian left, he had left behind a few level 28 great beings pills. At that time, there were already 9 universe masters in the ferocious beast army. After dozens of years, there were 7 great beings at the first stage, which was normal. Now, a few years had passed, and the other 2 universe supreme ferocious beasts had also become great beings. Now, there were a total of 9 great beings at the level of great beings in the ferocious beast army, and there were more than 1,000 universe knights and universe masters. All of them were at least emperors or above. With 10 million emperors, This was definitely an elite ferocious beast army. After chatting with the generals who were guarding the Source Nest base camp for a while, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand and summoned Shi Wanjin, Shui Ben, and Mosquito Butcher's original body from Shin Nong Treasure Cauldron. Among the three of them, Shi Wanjin and Shui Ben had stayed in the Source Nest base camp before, so they were familiar with it. However, Mosquito Butcher's original body was very curious. He looked around and from time to time, he was shocked and surprised. After all, he came from one of the three main space planes, so he had been exposed to modern technology before. Although he was shocked by the size and high end of the Life Giant Fortress in Long Yihao Life Giant Fortress, it wasn't unacceptable. He quickly got used to it. What happened just now? That fist-sized hole at the bottom of the green void urn. Very quickly, Yi Xian brought up the important matter and turned to look at Shi Wanjin. His expression was serious as he revealed a strange expression. It can't be that you really ate it bite by bite, right? Yes, master. Shi Wanjin replied. Wanjin's expression was calm as he nodded and replied, ever since my soul and bloodline transformed and I awakened the Thunder Poison Tribulation physique, I've been mastering some unique abilities. For example, what you just said is one of them. At this point, Shi Wanjin seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, but that green void urn was condensed from the primordial chaos laws after all, so it's extraordinarily tough. It's definitely the most difficult thing to eat that I've ever eaten. Back then, I only bit out a fist-sized hole, but my teeth were already numb. Shi Wanjin was obviously complaining that the green void urn was too tough, and it was extremely uncomfortable to chew on it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was dumbstruck on the spot. He stared blankly at Shi Wanjin, as if he was completely shocked by him. That void green urn was condensed from the power of the laws of the primordial chaos. Even though Yi Xian could break it, it would take him a long time to do so. Moreover, he would need to use all of his methods, such as the divine Nong Nine-colored flames and even the heavenly fallen bow, a powerful bloodline ability. However, Shi Wanjin was so simple and violent. He actually used his teeth to bite out a fist-sized hole in the green void urn. This, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Even if someone patted their chest and told him about it, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. While his thoughts were running wild, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. An extremely bold idea popped up in his mind. Caught off guard, he actually gave himself a big fright. Lion. Shi Wanjin's words allowed Yi Xian to confirm his terrifying ability. He never thought that Shi Wanjin would be so simple and violent. He actually bit out a fist-sized hole in the green void urn. This, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to imagine it. While his thoughts were running wild, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. An extremely bold idea popped up in his mind, and he was caught off guard. It actually gave him a big fright. In theory, the green void urn in the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Void was condensed from the power of the Hongmeng Void Law, and the layer of invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way was also condensed from the power of the Hongmeng Void Law. The essence of each was the same, but the strength was different. For example, the green void urn in the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Void. The current Yi Xian could still break it with a little time if he used all his means. However, with Yi Xian's current strength and means, it was absolutely impossible for him to break the invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way with his own strength. But after all, it was not absolutely indestructible and unbreakable. Until Xiao Xingbo and the headless baby corpse had successfully broken it one after another. Then, at the critical moment, they rushed into it and entered the interior of the Milky Way. Dang! However, even though Xingbo and the headless infant corpse had successfully created a small hole in the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way galaxy, the speed at which the hole was repaired was extremely fast. It was simply infuriating. In just a flash, the barrier was restored to its original state. But it didn't matter. As long as Shi Wanjin's freakishly good teeth could bite through this invisible barrier, even if it was only a small pinhole-sized hole, even if this hole only existed for 1/10 of an instant, it would be quickly repaired under the influence of the extremely powerful Hongmeng Void Law. For Yi Xian it was still enough. With that 1/10 of an instant, he could definitely take the opportunity to rush into the interior of the Milky Way star field. However, whether this matter can succeed is still unknown, but at least it's worth a try. Let's go, I'll take you to a place. After making the decision, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He turned to look at Shi Wanjin, and then with a wave of his hand, he took him, Shui Ben, and Mosquito Butcher into the Shenong cauldron in his body. Then Yi Xian, Gehai Yidao, the 8 great guardian deities, and the others left the Source Nest Starbase camp immediately. This time, the destination he was going to was the dark area at the end of the right side of the Milky Way. This Milky Way star field was vast and boundless, and its entire body was enveloped and protected by a layer of invisible barrier. In fact, Yi Xian could start anywhere, but there were many ferocious beast-forbidden lands and remnant star fields on both sides of the Milky Way. This kind of thing was too shocking. If it was spied on by someone, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. By the reason why the ferocious beast-forbidden lands and remnant star fields on both sides of the Milky Way star field existed was actually because of the Milky Way star field. Some of the powerful ferocious beasts and remnant star fields in the ferocious beast-forbidden lands and remnant star fields have been waiting for countless years on both sides of the Milky Way. The only thing they want is to be able to enter the Milky Way star field and compete for the Hongmeng destiny of the next era. If they knew that Shi Wanjin had such abnormal teeth that he could bite a small hole in the invisible barrier formed by the powerful Hongmeng Void Law that enveloped and protected the Milky Way star field, and let people enter in advance, I'm afraid that all the ferocious beasts and remnant star fields who knew this news would go crazy. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Xian decided to try this matter in the dark area at the end of both sides of the Milky Way star field where there was no starlight, but there were also no ferocious beast-forbidden lands and remnant star fields. After a few days, they arrived at their destination. It was already dark in front of them, and only some faint starlight could be seen on the left side. That was the Milky Way star field. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian summoned Shi Wanjin from the space inside the Shenong cauldron and took him to the edge of the Milky Way star field. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Try it later and see if you can bite it, Shi Wanjin said. Shi Wanjin understood instantly, and a dull expression appeared on his face. Apparently, he was a little stunned. He had never thought of such a thing, nor did he dare to try it at all. How could the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field and protected it for countless years be so easy to bite through? Swoosh! While he was dumbfounded, Yi Xian had already begun to act. With a wave of his hand, a light beam shot out, rushing towards the Milky Way star field ahead. Buzz! Soon, a low buzzing sound sounded, and the light beam shot out and stopped abruptly in front of thousands of miles away. A layer of hazy barrier appeared in front of the light beam, but it was only about 1,000 feet long. There was no similar hazy barrier in other areas. The entire Milky Way star field was so vast and boundless, although it was shrouded and protected by an invisible barrier condensed by the power of the primordial chaos void law. However, it was impossible for an impact force to appear in any place. The entire huge invisible barrier that enveloped the Milky Way star field appeared, now that the light beam hit it. Although the hazy barrier was only 1,000 feet long, it would be wrong to think that there was no barrier in other areas that didn't appear. He didn't believe that if he sent another light beam to other places, a hazy barrier would immediately appear there. Come, try biting it. Seeing this hazy barrier that was only 1,000 feet long appeared, Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Wanjin. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the hazy barrier that suddenly appeared in the void thousands of miles away, hinting Shi Wanjin to try it. In this way, it seemed that it was impossible not to bite it. Shi Wanjin, a depressed look appeared on Shi Wanjin's face, but he didn't say anything. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a light beam and blasted away. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of this hazy barrier. He slightly adjusted the power in his body, took a deep breath, and then directly opened his mouth and gnawed on it. No, needless to say, this scene was really strange to the extreme. If there were some space beasts or survivors on both sides of the Milky Way star field passing by at this time, and suddenly saw such a scene, someone lying on the invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way star field and directly gnawed on it, I'm afraid that they would faint on the spot. Yi Xian's face showed a very expectant expression. Although he didn't have much confidence, at least he had some expectations in his heart. After all, Shi Wanjin had directly gnawed on the void green jar in the forbidden area of the great desolate land before. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the toughness of this invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way star field. Shi Wanjin gnawed for a long time, but there was no movement at all. In the end, he seemed to have given up, and turned to look at him with a bitter face. Although Shi Wanjin had directly gnawed on the void green jar in the forbidden area of the great desolate land before, Yi Xian obviously still underestimated the toughness of this invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way star field. Shi Wanjin gnawed for a long time, but there was no movement at all. In the end, he seemed to have given up. He turned to look at him with a bitter face and said pitifully, "Master, the roots of my teeth are sore. I can't bite it." "Can't bite it?" Yi Xian's face showed a look of disappointment, and subconsciously turned to look at the place where he had just gnawed. In an instant, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. These are teeth marks. In the line, the place where Shi Wanjin had just gnawed had clearly left a few teeth marks on the hazy barrier membrane. At this time, perhaps because of the influence of the primordial chaos void law, the hazy barrier membrane that had been gnawed on with teeth marks was being repaired. Thus, therefore, these clear teeth marks are slowly disappearing. That's right, after gnawing for a long time, only a few teeth marks were left. The roots of my teeth are sore and I really can't bite it. Wanjin also looked back at the barrier membrane, and his face was full of bitterness. "Master, there's no need to think about this matter anymore. It's simply impossible. You call this can't bite it? You've already gnawed on it?" Yi Xian was stunned. Xian was stunned for a few moments before he regained his senses. An incomparably excited expression immediately appeared on his face. "This is the strongest barrier condensed from the power of the primordial void laws. To think that you were able to leave a bite mark on it. Just this alone is enough to explain the problem." Halfway through his sentence, he turned to look at Shi Wanjin again, and his eyes revealed an encouraging look. "It should be because your cultivation level is insufficient. It doesn't matter, after all, you are only a first-order desolate supremacy. Just a first-order desolate supremacy, and you are already able to gnaw on this strongest barrier membrane, leaving teeth marks. If your cultivation level is increased by another large realm, reaching the first-order heavenly Tao realm, there is a high chance of success." According to his deduction, the result was indeed so. After all, the difference between a first-order desolate supremacy and a first-order heavenly Tao realm was like the difference between the sky and the abyss. Furthermore, Yi Xian did not want to gnaw a large hole in this barrier membrane. He only needed a small hole the size of a needle's eye. Even if it only existed for a tenth of an instant, it was enough. "All right, then. I'll try again in the future." Upon hearing Yi Xian's intention to let him continue gnawing on it in the future, the bitterness on Shi Wanjin's face became even stronger. Right now, he was only a first-order desolate supremacy, and was still extremely far away from the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, although he was depressed, he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. At least for now, he did not need to continue gnawing on it. After gnawing for half a day, his teeth were really sore. However, although there is no need to try again on this barrier membrane that envelopes the entire Milky Way star field, we still have another chance. On the side, just as Shi Wanjin secretly heaved a sigh of relief, Yi Xian suddenly changed the topic. From his words, it was clear that he wanted to continue gnawing on it. Shi Wanjin was so frightened that his heart, which had just calmed down, immediately rose to his throat. He looked at Yi Xian in horror. "Don't worry. According to my calculations, we shouldn't return empty-handed this time." After glancing at him, Yi Xian comforted him with a few words, then continued, "Although you can't gnaw on this invisible barrier membrane that envelopes the entire Milky Way star field for the time being, the barrier membranes that envelop the nesting stars are definitely not as tough. According to my calculations, although the barrier membranes that envelop the nesting stars are definitely stronger than the void green urn in the Great Desolate Forbidden Land. Compared to the invisible barrier that envelopes the entire Milky Way star field, it is definitely much weaker. Even if your current cultivation is only a first-order desolate supremacy, it may not be as easy to gnaw on the void green urn in the Great Desolate Forbidden Land, but as long as you spend some time and teeth, you should still be able to gnaw on it. There's a total of 3,000 source hive stars in the boundlessly vast primordial void. Because the primordial void is too vast and completely dark, these 3,000 source hive stars are truly difficult to find. It's even to the extent that some source hive stars that are located in extremely remote locations have probably never been discovered by anyone. But before I found the Milky Way star field, I happened to encounter some nesting stars in the void and recorded their void coordinates. These nesting stars are all enveloped by an invisible barrier membrane and can no longer be entered, indicating that the chaos seeds nurtured inside have already sprouted. Every chaos seed will eventually give birth to a chaos demon god. There are a total of 3,000 nesting stars, and they can eventually give birth to 3,000 chaos demon gods. These 3,000 chaos demon gods are the protagonists of the next primordial era, and even the bloodline descendants they give birth to in the future will be the innate life forms of the next primordial era. Oh no, there are no more than 3,000 chaos demon gods, at most 2,999, because one of the nesting stars has been destroyed by me and transformed into the base camp of the nesting star. At this point, Xian took a deep breath, and the light in his eyes burned even brighter. It's impossible for us to grasp all 3,000 origin nest stars in our hands. However, it's completely possible for us to grasp a small portion of them as if we're stealing from the heavens. The chaos seeds in the nesting stars are still in the process of being nurtured and have not given birth to consciousness at all. As long as we can bite a small hole in the invisible barrier that covers the nesting stars, some of the higher-ups in the magic hall with special bloodlines will be able to enter the nesting stars. Once the dove occupies the nest and successfully replaces the chaos seed that is still in the process of being nurtured, or even devours it, when the new primordial era begins in the future, it will directly transform into a powerful chaos demon god. This is also to seize the destiny of the next primordial era. It was not that Xian had not done this before. The largest nesting star that nurtured the strength demon god among the 3,000 nesting stars was now occupied by one of his doppelgangers. Once it was born in the future, it would become his strongest doppelganger. With this successful precedent, now that there was a way to enter the sealed nesting stars, Xian was naturally tempted. He turned to look at Shi Wanjin. Why don't we try gnawing on one first? Hearing this, Shi Wanjin almost wailed on the spot. At this moment he was in a bad mood. He really wanted to tell Xian that he was not worried about returning empty-handed, but he was worried that if he gnawed on it a few more times, his teeth would break. Unfortunately, with his loyalty to Xian, there was no way he could say this out loud. The unwillingness in his heart was only instinctive because his teeth were sore from gnawing. However, this kind of unwillingness would not go against Xian's wishes. If Xian really asked him to continue gnawing on the nesting stars, Shi Wanjin would at most be worried about his teeth and would not resist. Chapter 5098. At this time, if what Xian mentioned was spread out, it would be earth-shattering, and the entire Hongmeng void would be shaken. It wasn't that he hadn't done this before. Among the 3,000 nesting stars, the largest nesting star that gave birth to the strength demon god was now occupied by one of his clones. Once it was born in the future, it would become his strongest clones. In fact, even the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body had entered a nesting star. This matter was confirmed by Shui Ben through the bloodline in his body that was of the same origin as the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body. According to Xian's estimations, the Mad Mosquito Emperor definitely wasn't the only one who had successfully entered a source hive star to steal the heavens and change the sun. There was with these successful precedents, there was no need to say more about the feasibility of this so-called stealing the heavens plan. In fact, Xian had the idea of carrying out this stealing the heavens plan on a large scale before, but this depended on luck. If the chaos seeds in the nesting stars had not sprouted yet, they could enter. But, once the seed of chaos in the core of a source hive star had sprouted, the supreme laws of the primordial void would sense it and instantly send down an invisible barrier to protect the source hive star, making it impossible for anyone to enter again. In the past, the reason why Yi Xian didn't carry out the stealing the heavens plan on a large scale and let his trusted subordinates with special bloodlines enter the nesting stars was because of this. Almost all the nesting stars they encountered had the chaos seeds in the star core already sprouted, and the invisible barrier that enveloped the nesting star had been activated, so it was impossible to enter. But now it was different. Because of Shi Wanjin, Yi Xian was very likely to have mastered the method to enter the sealed nesting star, so he was naturally tempted. This, after confirming that this plan was indeed feasible and the probability of success was very high, he immediately turned to look at Shi Wanjin excitedly. "Why don't we try gnawing on one first?" When he heard this, Shi Wanjin almost howled in grief on the spot. His entire body felt unwell, but he couldn't disobey Yi Xian's orders. Although his face was bitter, he still nodded in agreement. Yi Xian was also an impatient person. Furthermore, this stealing the heavens plan was no small matter. Since he had already decided, there was no way he could sit still. He immediately decided to give it a try. However, whether this plan could be carried out as planned, there was still a crucial question that had yet to be confirmed. That was whether Shi Wanjin could bite a hole in the invisible barrier that enveloped Source Hive Star. Such as if this couldn't be done, then everything else was meaningless. The so-called stealing the heavens plan was just a fantasy. Yi Xian was in a hurry to confirm this matter at such an important juncture. No matter what, he had to first find a nesting star and let Shi Wanjin try to gnaw on it. Then he would know the final result. Xiao! With a weak sound, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly put Shi Wanjin into the space inside the Shinong cauldron in his body. Then he directly tore through the void, stepped into a crack in the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a few days, Yi Xian arrived at a remote location in the Hongmeng void. There was a nesting planet in front of him. It was one of the nesting planets he found when he was wandering around the vast Hongmeng star field, looking for the Milky Way star field. This, Yi Xian had encountered many nesting planets during that time. After all, after entering the Hongmeng void, it took him dozens of years to find the Milky Way star field. During this period of time, he had been wandering aimlessly in the boundless dark void. In the past 10 years, he had found over 100 origin nest stars. Unfortunately, other than the largest origin nest star that his energy clone had entered, the origin nest star that gave birth to the strength demon god, as well as the one that he later transformed into the origin nest base camp, when Yi Xian found the other origin nest stars, the primal chaos seeds within their cores had already sprouted. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian couldn't enter them. However, although he had no choice but to retreat, the coordinates of these hundreds of nesting planets in the vast Hongmeng void were all recorded by him. Dang, at that time, it was just a whim and something he did casually. He didn't expect that it would come in handy now. Otherwise, if he didn't record the interstellar coordinates of these hundreds of nesting planets, it would take him a long time to search for them one by one. At this moment, in the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles ahead, a huge nesting planet could be seen. It was dark, without the slightest light. When divine sense spread out, it couldn't detect the slightest energy aura. It was no different from an ordinary abandoned planet. However, Yi Xian already had experience and was able to instantly distinguish between ordinary abandoned stars and source nest stars. The one in front of him was one of the hundreds of source nest stars that he'd encountered back then. Xiao. After arriving in front of him, Yi Xian waved his hand and instantly summoned Shi Wanjin from the space within the Shinong cauldron. He pointed at the star in front of him and said, "Hey, that's a nesting star. Try it later and see if you can bite a hole out of it." Shi Wanjin was speechless. Shi Wanjin's face showed a depressed expression. Obviously, he didn't expect Yi Xian to find a nesting planet so quickly. Depressed in the midst of depression, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he said, "After entering the space inside the cauldron, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher knew about this matter. They asked me to tell Master that they also want to enter the nesting planet." This made Yi Xian stunned, but he quickly understood. Crazy, the original bodies of the Mosquito King and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had entered the Hongmeng Void to search for Xing Bo and his followers. However, this matter was meaningless now. None of those people had any humanity in them. In addition, the other thing was naturally to compete for the Hongmeng luck of the next era. In this regard, the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body was ahead of Mosquito Butcher's original body. He had already entered a nesting planet and successfully stole the heavens. Therefore, it was understandable that Mosquito Butcher's original body had such thoughts. Until although Xue Ben's bloodline had undergone atavism and turned into a desolate ancient fierce mosquito, the ancient fierce mosquito was only a primordial fierce beast. It was the bloodline left behind by one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in this era. If now that he had the opportunity to enter a nesting planet, seize the fortune, and become one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in the next Hongmeng era, Xue Ben naturally wouldn't miss it. This was also good. Both of their bloodlines and talents were extraordinary. If they could enter a nesting planet and be born as chaos demon gods in the future, it would be a great help to Yi Xian. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body from the cauldron in his body. When Shi Wanjin's figure appeared, he immediately told Yi Xian the idea of Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. Although he was stunned for a moment, he didn't object. This was good. After all, Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body had extraordinary bloodlines and talents. If they could enter a nesting planet and be born as chaos demon gods in the future, it would be a great help to Yi Xian. Thinking at this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body from the cauldron in his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a faint whistling sound, 2 fine rays of light appeared as Yi Xian waved his hand. They stopped abruptly in the void not far ahead and turned into the figures of Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. The two of them appeared, and they naturally understood everything when they saw the source hive star that was 50 million kilometers ahead. They didn't say anything and just turned to look at Shi Wanjin while bright lights flickered in their eyes, and both of them revealed a wisp of dense anticipation that couldn't be dispersed. Whoosh! At this time, Yi Xian had already taken action. With a wave of his hand, a fine ray of light shot out and rushed toward the nesting planet in front of him. Buzz! Soon, a low buzzing sound sounded. The fine ray of light shot out and stopped abruptly 10 million miles above the nesting planet hundreds of millions of miles away. Tight. Then, a layer of hazy membrane appeared under the fine ray of light. It was only about 1,000 feet wide. There was no similar hazy membrane in other areas. It was the same situation as when he tried in the Milky Way star field. Then, as the hazy membrane appeared, Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Wanjin and pointed his finger forward. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was obvious. He was clearly signaling Shi Wanjin to try. Sigh. Shi Wanjin sighed bitterly. A depressed look appeared on his face, but he didn't dawdle. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a fine ray of light and blasted out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane. He slightly adjusted the power in his body, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth to gnaw. This scene was really strange to the extreme. An existence that seemed to be a powerhouse was actually lying on an invisible barrier that enveloped the planet and directly gnawing on it. This was simply horrifying. Although Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher on the side had already been mentally prepared, they were still a little dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was Yi Xian, but he seemed to be used to it. Seeing that Shi Wanjin had already started, his eyes instantly burst out with a blazing light. His eyes were locked on the position of Shi Wanjin's mouth, and his face was full of expectation. This time, Yi Xian was not disappointed. Previously, he had already deduced that although the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field could not be gnawed by the strength of Shi Wanjin and Yin Zhongjin for the time being, the barrier that enveloped the nests of the source hive stars would definitely not be so tough. Although the barrier that enveloped the nesting planet was definitely stronger than the void urn in the great desolate forbidden land, it was definitely much weaker than the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field. This was only Yi Xian's guess before, but now it had been confirmed. In the first place, right now Shi Wanjin was only a first-order desolate venerable. Gnawing through the invisible barrier of the nesting star was indeed not as easy as gnawing through the void urn in the great desolate forbidden land. However, it only took a little bit of time and effort. In the end, he still gnawed on it. In terms of time, it was still okay. It only took 2 hours, which was not too long. In the end, in fact, from the moment Shi Wanjin laid on the barrier and gnawed on it, Yi Xian's eyes had already locked on the position of his lower mouth. At that time, he had only gnawed on about a dozen times, and a bite mark appeared on the barrier. This was an invisible barrier that protected the nesting planet. After being hit by an external force, if the external force did not continue to attack, it would only take a while for the barrier to slowly disappear and could no longer be seen. But now, because Shi Wanjin had been lying on top of it and gnawing on it, there was a continuous external force, so the barrier that appeared had not disappeared and had always been there. Dang, when the first bite mark appeared, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. This was expected, and he was not surprised. After all, in the Milky Way star field, he had already gnawed on it. The key was what would happen after this bite mark appeared. Soon, similar bite marks appeared more and more, and there were 2 rows, and they were getting deeper and deeper. This was clearly the rhythm of this barrier being nibbled away by Shi Wanjin's teeth. As long as he could hold on and keep gnawing like this, he would definitely be able to gnaw a hole. After all, this barrier was very strong, but it was not very thick. When a small layer of the barrier was gnawed away, Yi Xian turned to look at Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. Although he did not say much, the meaning behind it was obvious. Once a small hole was bitten into the barrier, the intruder would have to take advantage of this critical moment to transform into a streak of light and charge into the barrier. Otherwise, once the small hole was repaired under the influence of the primordial chaos void laws, Shi Wanjin would most likely burst into tears on the spot. Moreover, only one heaven stealer could enter a source hive star. Therefore, Yi Xian turned to Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher at this moment to let them prepare. At the same time, they had to discuss who would enter this source hive star first. Otherwise, if both of them rushed out at the same time and entered the source hive star, it would be troublesome. Only one chaos demon god could be born in a source hive star, and all other life forms would be obliterated and turned into energy nutrients for the chaos demon god. If both of them entered at the same time, Shi Wanjin would have to gnaw out another small hole to let one of them come out. If that really happened, Shi Wanjin would probably have the heart to die. Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher obviously understood Yi Xian's meaning. The two exchanged a look and quickly came to a decision. Shui Ben took a step back, while Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher pushed the power in his body to the limit. His eyes were fixed on the place where Shi Wanjin was gnawing. At this moment, his whole body was like a string that had been stretched to the limit, and he could rush out at any time like an arrow leaving the bow. In the silence, the atmosphere gradually became tense. Yi Xian and the other 2 waited for about 30 minutes, and during this time, Shi Wanjin was lying there gnawing his teeth. Then, between the 2 rows of teeth marks left on the barrier membrane, a hole about the size of a fingernail appeared, and it was suffused with an incomparably pure energy aura that made one tremble in fear. Xiao. After hesitating for a moment, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's eyes flashed and he instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he drilled into the small hole and entered the source hive star, disappearing. Chapter 5099. Heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. After chewing for more than 4 hours, between the 2 rows of teeth marks left on the barrier membrane by Shi Wanjin's abnormal teeth, a hole about the size of a fingernail finally appeared. Inside, it was filled with an incomparably pure energy aura. Finally, it was bitten open. Xiao, Tu Zhenzun did not hesitate at all. With a flash of light in his eyes, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and blasted away. Blinking, his eyes drilled into this small hole and entered the source nest star, and then disappeared. Buzz? Since he had already entered, Shi Wanjin naturally would not continue to gnaw on it. This was not something that was easy to chew on, so he immediately stopped. Next in an instant, a low buzzing sound rang out, and the hole, which was only the size of a fingernail, quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 2 rows of teeth marks next to the hole also quickly blurred. This was the sign that after the continuous external force disappeared, the power of the primordial law that condensed this invisible barrier membrane was repairing it. His speed was simply too fast. Previously, Shi Wanjin had spent close to 6 hours biting out this fingernail-sized hole. But now, it had only taken him 3 breaths of time to do so. Everything had already disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a 1,000 feet wide barrier. Not to mention a bite mark, there was not even a single trace left behind. Just from this point alone, one could see how powerful the primordial chaos void law was. It recovered too quickly. Previously, Shi Wanjin had been gnawing non-stop for half a second before he was able to gnaw out this hole. No, in that case, if he gnawed for a while and rested for a while, even if he died here, it was impossible for him to gnaw out that fingernail-sized hole just now. This time, it's really hard for you? With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian's face suddenly showed a touch of apology. He turned to look at Shi Wanjin, who was holding his cheeks and gritting his teeth, and asked with concern, "How is it? Are your teeth broken? Are you injured?" "Fortunately, I'm not injured, but the roots of my teeth are too sore." With a word of concern, Shi Wanjin instantly became spirited again. He nodded firmly and said, "But at most 3 days of rest, I can gnaw on another one." This guy seemed to be addicted to gnawing. This time, before Yi Xian said anything, he brought it up himself. Seeing that Yi Xian was dumbfounded and speechless, Shi Wanjin grinned and said with some relief, "Although it was not easy after all, I just gnawed on everything the size of a fingernail and swallowed it. It is really a good thing. Just a little bit, it actually made my cultivation level obviously." After messing around for so long, Yi Xian came to a realization and immediately rolled his eyes. After all, this invisible barrier was condensed from the power of the primordial void. It was the purest power of the law, and its grade was extremely high. It was even higher than the power of the heavenly Tao. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, and although it was not eye-catching and the amount was too little, it was definitely a top-grade cultivation resource. Dang. Of course, this kind of cultivation resource was really not available to others. Only a freakishly good mouth like Shi Wanjin had the chance to taste it. Moreover, even he could not eat wantonly. At most, he would gnaw on a little bit. After that, he would have to rest for a few days. If he really let go of his stomach and devoured it, perhaps the speed of his cultivation level increase would be terrifying. If he was not careful, it was not impossible that he would directly explode. Mosquito Butcher's original body had already entered, and everything was going smoothly. He was doing this for the sake of the Heaven Stealer. When the next primordial era began and the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods were born, Mosquito Butcher's original body would be like the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body and Yi Xian's avatar. The next primordial era's darling, the Chaos Demon God, would be born. Yi Xian did not continue to stay here. After waving his hand and putting Shi Wanjin and Shui Ben into the Shenong cauldron space, he immediately tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it, rushing to the next source-head star. After the heavens, Shi Wanjin did the same as before. This time, it took him less than 6 hours to gnaw a fingernail-sized hole in the barrier above a source-head star. This time, it was Shui Ben who entered. Then, Yi Xian sent Shi Wanjin into the Shenong cauldron space, and set off again, rushing to the third target. After the heavens, in an extremely remote primordial dark void, it was Yi Xian's third target. Here at this moment, he stepped out of a crack in the void, looked up at the source-head star hundreds of millions of miles away, and immediately waved his hand, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by a faint sound of breaking through the air, 2 rays of light appeared as Yi Xian waved his hand, and abruptly stopped in the void not far ahead, turning into 2 figures. One was Shi Wanjin, and the other figure was a purple gold thunder sparrow that had shrunk to a size of 1,000 feet. It was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal. This time, Yi Xian wanted to send the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal into the third sourcehead star to help it steal the heavens. Here at this moment, as his figure appeared, Shi Wanjin turned to look at the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal, and then swept his gaze towards the sourcehead star in the void hundreds of millions of miles away. This was already the third time, and he was familiar with the process. He knew what to do next and did not ask much. Here it was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal. Yi Xian said a few words to it, which made it very happy, and it flew around Yi Xian several times. Swish! Very quickly, Yi Xian began to take action. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out, charging towards the sourcehead star in front of him. Wung! In the next moment, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the ray of light shot out, abruptly stopping in the sky above the sourcehead star hundreds of millions of miles away, and without any suspense, a layer of hazy membrane appeared below the ray of light. It was only about 1,000 feet long, and there was no similar hazy membrane in other areas. It was the same as before. There was no need to say more. As the hazy membrane appeared, Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Wanjin and pointed at the stars in front of him. Swish! A look of anticipation flashed across Shi Wanjin's eyes. He, who had tasted the sweetness twice in a row, naturally wouldn't dawdle. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane that was 1,000 feet in radius. Next, after slightly adjusting the power in his body, he took a deep breath. As if he was eating, he immediately bent down and bit down. Screech! Screech! Seeing this, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal flapped its wings again and circled in the air. An incomparably joyful cry came out of its mouth, revealing a hint of impatience to enter the nest. Swish! Seeing Yi Xian point his finger, a look of anticipation flashed across Shi Wanjin's eyes. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane that was 1,000 feet in radius. Then he took a deep breath, bent down. He started to chew. Screech! Seeing this scene, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal flapped its wings again and circled in the air. An incomparably joyful cry came out of its mouth, revealing a hint of impatience to enter the nest. It was unknown if it was because he had already gnawed on it twice before, but this time, Shi Wanjin's speed was even faster. The previous 2 times, after gnawing for more than 4 hours, a hole about the size of a fingernail finally appeared between the 2 rows of teeth marks left on the membrane of the barrier by Shi Wanjin's abnormal teeth. But this time, as soon as 4 hours were up, he had already gnawed a small hole in the barrier in front of him. Inside, it was filled with an incomparably pure energy aura. Roar! Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, the thunder spirit raised its head and let out a long cry of incomparable joy. Then, with a flash of light in its eyes, its entire body instantly transformed into a ray of light and shot forward. Half in less than a breath, he had already drilled through this small hole and entered the origin nest star, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 1. After completing his mission, Shi Wanjin did not continue to gnaw on it. He immediately stopped, and a low buzzing sound rang out in the next instant. The hole, which was only the size of a fingernail, quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short breath of time, it had completely disappeared, not even leaving behind a single bite mark. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief, and his heart calmed down. Short in just 10 days, if news of what he had done were to spread, the entire primordial void would probably be shaken. Countless old monsters from all over would definitely beat their chests and stamp their feet. This even when he thought about it, he felt a sense of trepidation. In the entire primordial void, there were only 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born in each era, and in the past 10 days or so, Yi Xian had consecutively sent Mosquito Butcher's true body, Shui Ben, and the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal into 3 origin nest stars, quietly and smoothly stealing the heavens. 3 out of 1,000 chaos demon gods, 3 of them had become his subordinates in the blink of an eye, occupying a ratio of 1 in 1,000. This was simply too shocking. In fact, If one were to include the original body of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Yi Xian's power clone that was nurtured in the largest Source Hive star, and the Source Hive star that had long since been replaced by the Source Hive star, now, the number of Chaos Demon Gods that could be confirmed to belong to Yi Xian's camp had reached 6. This was not a ratio of 1 in 1,000, but 2 in 1,000, 1 in 500. Of course, the Wild Dragon battleship was not an ordinary starry sky expert, but the energy of the Chaos Origin crystal in the Origin Nest star, including the entire Origin Nest star, had indeed been swallowed by the Wild Dragon battleship. The Wild Dragon battleship was the Wild Dragon battleship. The World Worm battleship that formed the Wild Dragon battleship belonged to an existence that was between life and non-life. This World Worm battleship had swallowed an entire Origin Nest star that gave birth to Chaos Demon Gods, and now all the energy was stored in every tiny molecule of this World Worm battleship. It was still uncertain what changes would happen in the future. But one thing was certain, and that was that the World Worm battleship that formed the Wild Dragon battleship would definitely undergo some kind of huge transformation, and this transformation would definitely be reflected in the Wild Dragon battleship's Giant Life battleship. Then, with the passage of time, this Giant Life battleship that had accompanied Yi Xian since a very long time ago would definitely grow to an astonishing height that even he could not predict in advance. All this flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and he immediately became somewhat excited. After a long time, he slowly calmed down. "What about you? What do you plan to do next?" Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Wanjin. After a short pause, he continued, "Have you ever thought of finding a Origin Nest star, entering it, and quietly seizing the luck and fortune of a Chaos Demon God?" Thinking about it, Shi Wanjin had been working hard for the past 10 days, but he had been working hard all this time, making wedding clothes for others in vain. Now, Mosquito Butcher, Shui Ben, and the Lightning Emperor's seal had all entered a Origin Nest star, quietly and smoothly stealing the heavens. Although Yi Xian still wanted him to work hard for a while, and send more suitable subordinates into the Origin Nest star to carry out the heaven stealing, Yi Xian felt that it was too embarrassing. However, Yi Xian was a bit embarrassed to keep tormenting him like this, which was why he asked this question. Entering a Origin Nest star to steal the heavens sounds like a good idea. Chaos Demon God, just hearing it sounds very impressive. When Yi Xian asked about his plan, Shi Wanjin was obviously a little tempted. As he spoke, he licked the corner of his lips. But after a short pause, he finally changed the topic. "However, compared to waiting for a long time in a Origin Nest star, I prefer to stay outside. After all, my lightning poison tribulation body is too special, and it requires too many resources. If I can't gnaw a hole out of the Origin Nest star after swallowing all the energy in it, wouldn't I suffocate to death later? Instead of that, it's better to stay outside." "Master, didn't you say that there are a total of 3,000 Origin Nest stars in this Chaos Void? I have already gnawed on 3 of them, although each one only gnawed off a little bit of the invisible barrier covering the Origin Nest star. But these tiny bits of energy are incomparably pure, and they taste different. This should be because the attributes and bloodlines of the Chaos Demon Gods bred in the Origin Nest stars are different. If I stay outside, not to mention gnawing on all 3,000 Origin Nest stars, as long as I can gnaw on a small part of them. Oh, let's make it 1,000. I have a hunch that if I can gnaw on 1,000 of them, I will taste 1,000 different kinds of chaos law. This will definitely be of great significance to me in the future. Maybe the lightning poison tribulation body will once again welcome a higher level of transformation. It is also possible." At this point, Shi Wanjin didn't say anything more. He turned to look at Yi Xian and asked hesitantly, "Master, do you think this idea is feasible?" Yi Xian was already dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Shi Wanjin, speechless for a long time. This fellow really wouldn't stop until he shocked everyone to death. He was really too daring. He actually wanted to get his hands on all 3,000 chaotic demon gods that were born in the primordial chaos void for the next era. Although it was only gnawing off a little bit of the invisible barrier covering the Origin Nest star, it was the purest chaos law power, and it was true that different Origin Nest stars were bred with different attributes. If he really gnawed on 1,000 origin nest stars, it would be tantamount to touching 1,000 mysterious chaos law powers. Even if he only touched the surface of each one, when stacked together, it would be incredible. After hearing Shi Wanjin's plan, Yi Xian was greatly shocked. This guy really dared to think that the 3,000 chaos demon gods bred in the chaos void for the next era, he actually wants to get his hands on all of them. If he really gnawed on a little bit of each one, it would be tantamount to touching 1,000 mysterious chaos law powers. Even if he only touched the surface of each one, when stacked together, it would be incredible. This was definitely an extremely daring idea. If he succeeded, what kind of heaven-shaking good fortune would it bring to Shi Wanjin? Even Yi Xian couldn't estimate it, but Yi Xian thought. At this point, even he was a little moved. He stared at Shi Wanjin with a strange expression on his face for a while before finally shaking his head and smiling bitterly. This dream of yours is very strong. Since you have an idea, you can just do it yourself. But halfway through, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. Lightly sucking in a breath of cold air, he hurriedly exhorted, "You have already gnawed on the origin nest stars, so you should be able to remember their auras. The chaos demon gods bred there are already on your side, so you must not harm them. There are a total of 3,000 origin nest stars in the chaos void that give birth to chaos demon gods, enough for you to harm. You must not harm your own people. In addition, among the origin nest stars you haven't gnawed on, there are 2 that you must not eat. One of them is the chaos demon god of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body, and the other is one of this king's avatars, Xiao." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out 2 streaks of light. In the blink of an eye, they entered Shi Wanjin's forehead and disappeared. Remember, these are the auras of the 2 origin nest stars. If you encounter them, immediately avoid them. After reminding him again, the expression on Yi Xian's face became extremely solemn. If you dare to be disloyal, you know the result. This was not a threat. Before Shi Wanjin's current lightning poison tribulation physique had been completely refined by Yi Xian with the secret method of the slave seal. No matter how strong he was now, and no matter how amazing his growth in the future, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could instantly explode his soul and die. Of course, Shi Wanjin himself was also aware of this, but now in the face of Yi Xian's warning, there was not even a trace of panic on his face, because he had never thought of disobeying Yi Xian's orders. He did not have the consciousness to do so, so there was naturally no need to be afraid. Xiao. Since this matter was over, there was no need to continue to delay. Yi Xian waved his hand and took Shi Wanjin into the Shin Nong's treasure cauldron, then directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. This time, the interstellar coordinate point he locked onto was still near the source nest star, because before returning to the forbidden area of the magic hall, he still had to make a trip back to the source nest star, since Shi Wanjin's plan was to continue to search for the source nest star and take a bite of it. Then naturally, Yi Xian would not waste such an opportunity. Therefore, he sent some suitable generals under his command into the source nest stars to steal the heavens. It was only natural for him to do so. It could be said that it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, not everyone was suitable to enter the source nest star to steal the heavens. The source nest star gave birth to chaos demon gods, and just by hearing the name, one would know that they were definitely existences with powerful blood qi and astonishing bloodlines. Although the dove had occupied the nest and seized the fortune, the difference could not be too great. At least, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the experts of the human race and the remnant citizens were not very suitable. Of course, Yi Xian's strength doppelganger was a special case. In terms of the abundance of blood qi and the strength of the bloodline, the strength doppelganger condensed by Yi Xian was not weaker than any of the star beasts with special bloodlines. Very quickly. Soon, he returned to the Source Nest headquarters and summoned all his subordinates who were in charge of the Source Nest headquarters. He explained the matter in detail and asked them to consider it on their own. Those who decided to steal from the heavens, after careful consideration and making a decision, could immediately register Gehai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the other great generals of the demon race ultimately gave up this opportunity. They cultivated in the Source Nest Star and advanced very quickly. Besides, they also wanted to stay by Yi Xian's side. At most. In the end, there were only 5 people who decided to steal the heavens on the Source Nest Star. They were the Elephant Fox Ferret, Ying Tai, Li Mosquito, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silverpole. Even the 8 great guardian deities gave up. The 8 great guardian deities came from the top 10 races of the second universe. They also had the bloodline of star beasts in their bodies, so they were suitable for stealing the heavens. However, these 8 fellows were used to riding roughshod over others. It was better to kill them on the spot than to wait for the full opening of the next primordial era on a Source Nest Star. Of course, among the 5 people who registered, there was no problem with the Elephant Fox Ferret, Li Mosquito, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silverpole. They were all star beasts. However, Ying Tai was a little special. She was not a star beast, nor was she a life form of flesh and blood. Instead, she was a mechanical life form. Yi Xian had never thought that a mechanical life form would appear among the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born in the primordial era in every primordial era. Therefore, after Ying Tai proposed this matter and decided to register to steal the heavens on a Source Nest Star, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. He was considering the success rate of this matter. In the end, he had to admit that even he could not deduce the result and was unable to determine the feasibility of this matter. After all, his understanding of the primordial era and the Source Nest was still very limited. This he told Ying Tai everything honestly, but she insisted. In the end, Yi Xian had no choice but to nod helplessly and agree. Perhaps Ying Tai might really be able to create a miracle. Anyway, the stakes were already clear to her. Even if she failed, she would have no regrets. This after the candidates were decided, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and put the elephantine sable and the other 4 into the internal space of the farmer god's treasure cauldron in his body. Then he left the Source Nest Star and rushed to the forbidden area of the Magic Hall. There were more subordinates there, so there must be many who had registered. 5 days later, in the forbidden area of the Magic Hall. Hiss! The crisp sound of cloth tearing rang out. A crack appeared in the void, and a figure walked out from it. It was Yi Xian. After returning, Yi Xian immediately sent out his divine sense to gather all the higher-ups of the 6 major armies of the Magic Hall. Then, his figure flashed and he sat down cross-legged at the top of the atmosphere of the Source Nest Star. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out from all directions, and rays of light shot toward him. Oh! 2 pig howls rang out. Old Pig Spirit and Primordial Porcupine rushed over, and the black-robed desolate sovereign from the Alliance of the Remnants also followed behind them. The 3 of them had the battle strength of a desolate sovereign, so they were the first to arrive. Behind them were the higher-ups of the Magic Hall who were below the desolate sovereign realm. Among them, the strongest were the mighty figures of the primordial era. Although there were not many of them, they were not few either. Looking around, all the higher-ups of the Magic Hall had arrived without exception. Chapter 5100. After the power of his spiritual sense was transmitted, the upper echelons of the 6 armies of the Demon Palace quickly arrived one after another and gathered outside Yi Xian's cave star. At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged at the top of the atmosphere of the cave-dwelling star. The 7 beautiful cultivators, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were probably still in seclusion and hadn't arrived yet. Not far from him were Old Pig, the black-robed desolate sovereign, and Immemorial Porcupine. 3 behind him were 9 powerful beings from the remote antiquity era, the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan, the 3 powerful beings from the Alliance of the Remnants, the 6-headed Blood Dragon clan, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and Elder Sang Ji. Here apart from them, Green Cow, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, Blood Dragon, Green Rock Ancestor, and the last 200+ undyings from the captive army had all arrived. The upper echelons of the 10,000 evil army led by the Immemorial Turtle, as well as the commander of the Heavenly River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Tian, the Demon Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Ming Jiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the other upper echelons of the smaller factions and clans arrived last. In just a few hours, thousands of figures had gathered. All the higher-ups of the 6 armies of the Magic Hall had arrived. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body are fine. As he spoke, Yi Xian turned to look at the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, smiling as he nodded. The reason he left the Demon Palace's Forbidden Grounds for the Great Desolation Forbidden Grounds was to rescue Shui Ben and the Mosquito Butcher. Now that he had returned, he naturally had to announce the final result. Otherwise, all the higher-ups of the Magic Hall would be worried about him. The Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher were indeed feeling uneasy. When they heard this result, they immediately let out a long sigh of relief, and a relieved smile appeared on their faces. However, the 2 of them did not return with me because they had already gone elsewhere. With a turn of events, Yi Xian's expression turned serious. He paused for a moment before continuing, "This lord has returned this time and will be leaving soon. However, there is one thing that is extremely important. Now, I am asking for your opinion. No matter what decision you make, you must not reveal it in the future." After that, he used his divine sense to tell them about entering Source Nest Star to steal the heavens. Of course, he did not mention Shi Wanjin, nor did he mention how to achieve this. He only said that he had a way to accomplish this and asked the subordinates in front of him for their choice. Upon hearing this news, the gathered upper echelons of the Devil Halls were instantly shocked. It had been a while since they entered the primordial chaos void. Although the subordinates of the Magic Hall weren't allowed to travel outside the Forbidden Star field, there were still scouts outside to gather information. Hence, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall were quite familiar with the Source Nest Star. That this was the place where the Chaos Demon God was born. What Yi Xian said now was to let them enter the Origin Nest Star to steal the heavens, pry into the primordial luck of the next era, and replace the Chaos Demon God that was being nurtured within the Origin Nest Star. These words were too shocking. If it hadn't come from Yi Xian, they wouldn't have believed it at all. That, in fact, even if they heard Yi Xian say this with their own ears, they were still shocked and found it hard to accept for a moment. After a moment of shock, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall began to discuss this matter in groups of 2s and 3s. This matter was too serious and was not a small matter. When Yi Xian told them about this matter, they only used divine sense to communicate because they were worried that this matter would be leaked and cause unnecessary trouble. Thus, now, they didn't dare to discuss this matter in private. They had to use divine sense to communicate with each other when discussing this matter. Xian wasn't in a hurry. He just sat cross-legged at the peak of the atmosphere of the abode star and silently waited for the final decision of the higher-ups of the Devil Halls. Of course, he'd specially reminded them earlier. Because the nest of chaos was giving birth to chaotic fiend gods. All of them were existences with terrifyingly abundant vital energy and blood. So, entering the nest of chaos to replace them and become heaven stealers and space ferocious beasts was more suitable. Until it was best not to make such a choice for the great beings of the human race, unless they had extremely strong bodies and rich blood like the ferocious beasts, or they had special bloodlines. Otherwise, it wasn't suitable at all. After some discussion, they quickly came to a decision. Primordial Porcupine, Primordial Hairy Tortoise, Green Ox, Yuling Long, Howling Moon Mastiff, Long Li, Three-Clawed Dragon, the Black-Robed Huang Zun, Ming Jiu, and the others all signed up. Division apart from them, there were also dozens of Universe Supreme beings from the Ferocious Beast Army, the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race. The total number was close to 100. The number was about the same as Yi Xian's estimation. In fact, his original intention was to not exceed 100. If the number exceeded 100, he would have to search for other Source Nest stars at the last minute. After all, there were only slightly more than 100 Source Nest stars that he had previously encountered and recorded the interstellar coordinates of. Indeed, if he were to search for them at the last minute, it would be too much of a waste of time. The Hongmeng Void was too vast. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation level at the late stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, searching for source nest stars here was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack, of course. Apart from the nearly 100 people who signed up, Yi Xian also reserved 6 quotas. These 6 quotas were for Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Lion Bideo. They were Yi Xian's confidants, and they had long pledged their allegiance to Yi Xian. However, they did not stay by Yi Xian's side. Instead, they followed Yi Xian's instructions and returned to their respective races. Now, the races of the second universe, like all the other living beings of the Hongmeng Great World, had long fallen into the hands of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Therefore, the 6 of them were naturally no exception. They were all in the Hongmeng Great World's Forbidden Land, hence, they would have to make another trip there. However, this time, they were only there to rescue Medusa and the other 5 from the Forbidden Land. Since they had rushed there on a whim, the primeval Heavens Eye would definitely not be on guard, so there should not be any setbacks. Xiao. 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 Seeing that everything was almost done, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he put all the nearly 100 subordinates who had signed up into the Shinnong treasure cauldron's space inside his body. They carried all their cultivation resources with them, so there was no need for them to return to their respective cave residences to pack up their belongings. This was a starry sky environment, and a great battle could break out at any time. It was simply a joke to pack up their belongings for such an important matter. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave with this group of subordinates and rush to the Forbidden Land of the Hongmeng Great World, he seemed to have suddenly sensed something. His body trembled slightly, and he immediately turned to look outside the Forbidden Land of the Hongmeng Great World. A gratified smile appeared on his face. The devouring treasured body is finally back. Xiao. A sharp sound broke through the air, and a ray of light shot out from the Forbidden Land of the Magic Hall. It stopped abruptly in front of Yi Xian. It was the devouring treasured body that had been gone for a long time. The devouring treasured body was Yi Xian's avatar, and the 2 of them were originally one. Now that they were facing each other, there was no need for words to communicate. They instantly understood everything that had happened to each other over the years. The devouring treasured body's bloodline talent was stronger than Shi Wanjin's lightning poison tribulation physique, but it did not have as good a mouth as Shi Wanjin. And back when he left, the devouring treasured body's cultivation level was stronger than Shi Wanjin's. Therefore, since Shi Wanjin was already a first-stage desolate supremacy, the devouring treasured body had naturally stepped into that realm. And so his cultivation level had reached the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm. Just like old pig spirit in his 9 transformation state, he was a supreme existence at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. With you presiding over the Magic Hall's Forbidden Land, I can rest assured. Looking at the devouring treasured body, Yi Xian smiled and nodded. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, Xiao. A ray of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the devouring treasured body's glabella and disappeared. The ray of light was none other than Yi Xian's mechanical avatar, which was also the Empyrean Beast. The Empyrean Beast was now a powerful existence at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Even the 4 heavenly kings who were at the 9th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm were in the Empyrean Beast's body. And so Xian had sent the Empyrean Beast into the devouring treasured body's body so that it could stay behind with the devouring treasured body to preside over the Magic Hall's Forbidden Land. The Empyrean Beast could fight alone, but it could also summon the 4 heavenly kings with a wave of its hand, splitting out 4 electronic wisps of consciousness to enter. Together with the 4 heavenly kings, the 5 mechanical war beasts could join forces in battle. And again with the devouring treasured body and old pig spirit, there was naturally no need to worry about the Magic Hall's Forbidden Land. The reason for such an arrangement was that he would be leaving for quite some time. And near to have 100 generals enter the Source Hive Star to steal the heavens was clearly not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. After all, the Source Hive Stars were not gathered in one spot. They were scattered across the massive primordial chaos stellar domain. It would probably take several years for Yi Xian to bring his subordinates to complete the task. The devouring treasured body and Yi Xian were one to begin with. Even though he had been away for a long time, there was no need to elaborate on his return. Waving after handing the Empyrean beast to the devouring treasured body, Yi Xian gave old Pig Spirit a few more instructions. He instructed him that if the devouring treasured body were to attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm, they had to be staggered. At any given moment, one of them would be left behind to preside over the magic hall's forbidden land. Rip! After everything was done, Yi Xian waved his hand. Instantly, the crisp sound of ripping cloth could be heard. A void rift appeared in the void in front of him. He took a step forward and stepped into it, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The magic hall's forbidden land was located on the left side of the Milky Way's right bank, while the primordial chaos forbidden land was located in the middle of the left bank. Even with Yi Xian's strength at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, it would take quite some time to travel from the magic hall's forbidden land to the primordial chaos forbidden land. Previously, when he left the primordial chaos forbidden land and returned to the right bank of the Milky Way, he had activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system, allowing him to instantly arrive there. However, on the left bank of the Milky Way, he did not imprint any interstellar coordinate jump points. Thus, therefore, there was no shortcut for Yi Xian to go from the right bank to the left bank of the Milky Way. The journey was long and he could not delay any further. He had to rush there immediately. A month later, Yi Xian traveled at full speed. He did not sleep or rest during the journey and finally arrived in the middle of the left bank of the Milky Way. A day later, he could vaguely sense the auras of astral beasts ahead of him. He had finally arrived at the primordial chaos forbidden land. Back then, Yi Xian was in his ape form. He was about 10 feet tall, and the cultivation aura he emitted was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was the same as primeval heaven's eye. This time, he had no intention of concealing his figure or converging his aura. After all, he had come to take away Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Bideo. And the 6 of them were definitely in the sea of battleships on the left side of the primordial chaos forbidden land. The sea of battleships was so vast that all the living beings in the 3 main astral planes were gathered together. They had all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and astral fortresses as their homes. Even with Yi Xian's cultivation level and strength, he would need to release his spiritual perception to search for the 6 of them. As such, there was no point in concealing his figure or converging his aura. Once he entered the star domain, primeval heaven's eye would be able to instantly sense it. Furthermore, at such a close distance, before Yi Xian could find the 6 of them and take them away, primeval heaven's eye would definitely appear in front of him. As such, he might as well enter the primordial chaos forbidden land openly and ask for the 6 of them. To primeval heaven's eye, Lang Ganglai and company were not important resources. It was naturally not willing to take the risk. Shoo! An extremely sharp sound tore through the air as Yi Xian transformed into a beam of light. He was extremely fast and instantly charged into the primordial chaos forbidden land. Roar! Darn bastard, you actually dare to return. Almost at the instant he charged in from the edge of the star domain, a shocking roar sounded from the deepest depths of the primordial chaos forbidden land. It was none other than primeval heaven's eye's voice. Boom! Rumble, roar. Ruthless. Soon, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. A green vertical eye that looked like a giant star shot out from the depths of the star field. Roars and howls resounded from the forbidden star fields on both sides of the star field. The 10 heavenly Tao realm experts of the primordial chaos forbidden land led by the weeping soul blood ape are all here. You actually broke through again. Now you are already at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm? Soon, primeval heaven's eye and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals came to a halt in the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away. The gigantic vertical eye flashed with a green beam as an extremely shocked spiritual perception voice sounded. He knew that Yi Xian's cultivation speed was fast. After all, his true cultivation level was only at the supreme primordial realm. However, he never expected it to be this fast. In less than 2 months, he had already reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm like him. Whoosh! Yi Xian completely ignored him. In an instant, the ferocious ape's figure vanished. The void where it originally stood had the strange sound of splashing water. Violent, the ape's 10-foot-tall body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe's void. Ruthless. Right on the heels of that, deep roars and howls sounded from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, 3 massive figures rose up from the ground. They were none other than the primordial demon apes, 3 great fiend bodies. Chapter 5101. Roar. Screech. As the ferocious ape's 10-foot-tall body collapsed, it transformed into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe's void. The 3 primordial demon apes' demonic bodies instantly rose from the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, they traversed 60 million kilometers. They were the body of flesh and blood, the body of bones, and the body of black fog. The body of bones did not have any flesh and blood. It was just a purplish-gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. Although the body of black fog was in the form of a ferocious ape, its body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple beams. It appeared extremely strange. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Blood Sea avatars had condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than 3 powerful late-stage Heavenly Tao realm experts. And the moment Xianxia came up, he didn't say a word and directly condensed the 3 Blood Sea avatars. It was obvious that he was about to start a battle, causing the heart of the primordial Heavenly Tao's green eyes, who was still shocked by his cultivation at the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, to sink. If he did not have absolute confidence in winning. With his understanding of Xianxia, it was impossible for him to attack so easily. What left him baffled was that Xianxia had already taken Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher away the last time. He could not figure out the reason why he was attacking again. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the primeval heaven's eyes flashed. A low, muffled voice was heard once again. "What are you up to?" Xianxia completely ignored him. Just as the Heavenly Tao's eye finished speaking, the ferocious ape suddenly raised its head and roared angrily. He had directly activated the 9 transformations Demon Ape Bloodline Divine Power's final form, which was the Demon Ape True Body. With a furious roar, the 3 Blood Sea avatars' powers instantly surged. It was as though a raging river was roaring. The 4 limbs and bones of the great Blood Sea avatar surged with boundless ferocity. There was also a surge of terrifying chi and blood power that was so majestic that it made one tremble in fear gushing out from the 3 bodies. In an instant, they rapidly converged, and in just half a breath, their backs had already merged. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Blood Sea clones disappeared. What appeared in the void was the true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its body of flesh, bones, and black fog had fused into one. By the time the primeval heaven's eye regained its senses, the eyes of the skeleton of the devil ape's 3 true forms had already burst forth with an incomparably blazing purple-gold light, and a mysterious aura like a raging river suddenly burst forth, spreading out in all directions. He suddenly raised his left arm, the originally empty palm of his left hand erupting with golden radiance. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand, simple and unadorned yet sinister. The middle part of his palm was a 2-headed strange beast, one facing up and one down. Within the mouth of the beast, there were 2 humanoid spirit creatures biting the legs of 2 humanoid spirit creatures. The 2 beasts opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. It was the heaven-falling bow, which was famous in the prehistoric era. The body of flesh and blood suddenly flipped its hands, and 2 fine rays of light shot out. The left hand of the body of flesh and blood held one of the legs of the Shenong cauldron, like a huge seal that flipped the heavens, and the right hand of the body of flesh and blood held the big-headed black stick transformed from the Shenong medicinal pestle. Whoosh! Only 9-colored fine ray of light suddenly flashed between the eyebrows, and the 9-colored ribbon transformed from the 9-colored flame sea appeared, entangling the huge and strange body of the Black Fog avatar. It could transform into an agile, colorful python and rush out at any time, revealing an endless sense of ferocity. The process sounded long, but in fact, it happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the devil ape true body appeared, and each of them took out their battle treasures and supreme divine abilities. When all of this was mixed together, it was simply despairing. In the distant void, even the primeval heaven's eye was dumbfounded. It stared blankly at Xianxia, speechless for a moment. Now Xianxia, who had transformed into the three-headed, six-armed devil ape true body, although his cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, it was definitely the strongest existence among the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was not much weaker than a true 9th level expert. After all, the devil ape true body's three-headed, six-armed form was clearly the combination of three powerful 8th level Heavenly Tao existences. And because the three of them were one, their backs were fused together, and this kind of combination was even tighter, making their cooperation flawless. Such an existence was definitely not as simple as facing three ordinary 8th level Heavenly Tao existences at the same time. They were not on the same level at all. It could be said that if the current Xianxia were to engage in a great battle, as long as the primordial Heavenly Tao was slightly careless, the avatar wielding the Heavenly Fallen Bao could attack and kill it with a single arrow. This, at such a close distance, with the skeleton avatar waiting for an opportunity, there was no way he could avoid it. He would definitely be heavily injured even if he didn't die. In fact, even if the skeleton avatar didn't attack and the Heaven-Falling Bao was only used as a deterrent, the primeval heavens I wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from fighting Xianxia in such a state. Furthermore, it was highly likely that it would be at a disadvantage. By ignoring the skeleton avatar, the remaining two devil ape true bodies were in no way weaker than him, be it in terms of physical body or skeletal body. They were both at the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao realm. By now that they had fused as one, the primeval heavens I would charge forward. It was equivalent to fighting 2 against 3. Coupled with the ribbon formed by the 9-colored sea of flames, as well as the might of the farmer god's treasure cauldron and the big-headed black rod, it was impossible for him not to be at a disadvantage. These thoughts flashed through the Heavenly Tao green eye's mind like a spark. Instantly, a green beam flashed in its gigantic vertical eye. At this moment, Heavenly Tao's green-eyed eye's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Although he wanted nothing more than to rush forward and suppress Xianxia, he knew that he no longer had the chance. At least, it was impossible for him to do so at the moment. This guy's growth rate was really too shocking. Last time was the best opportunity to kill him, but unfortunately, they missed it. They couldn't keep him here and get rid of all future troubles. To now, Xianxia had actually dared to come looking for him by himself, whereas he could only sullenly and forcefully suppress his impulse to make a move against Xianxia, and he still stood 100 billion kilometers away from Xianxia. He didn't dare rashly launch an attack because he was utterly unable to gain any advantage and would even suffer a loss. Thinking back to how weak Xianxia had been in his eyes back then, not even comparable to an ant. He had never truly looked him in the eye. The disparity was so great, but the time was almost negligible. It was a huge blow to him. This time, I have personally come to the Great Desolation Forbidden Land to ask for 6 people. At this moment, as his strongest form was revealed, the voice of Xianxia's divine sense sounded out as well. Although his voice wasn't loud, countless creatures in the entire Great Desolate Forbidden Area could clearly hear him. These 6 people, not a single one of them can be missing. I must take them away this time, either give them to me or fight. It's up to you whether you want to give them or not. Want 6 people? And he was so strong. If he didn't give them to him, he would immediately attack? Listen upon hearing Xianxia's voice. The endless sea of battleships on the left side of the Great Desolation Forbidden Land star field instantly burst into an uproar. The Blood Wm tribe, Blue Rock tribe, Battle Lion tribe, Inji tribe, Raging Ox tribe, Golden Eagle tribe, Colored Python tribe, Voracious Wolf tribe, and Tree Spirit tribe, all the superior beings and elders of the 9 races of the second universe were gathered in a star fortress that was 1,000,000 meters in diameter, each of them looking excited. There was also a powerful ripple emanating from the main control cabin of another star fortress. Hundreds of desolate supremacies and superior beings of the primordial era were gathered here, all from the First Universe's plane, and were the foundation of the former First Universe's slave races. Moreover, on the everlasting star of the Third Universe's human faction, the immortal Emperor and the other leaders of the human faction, as well as the leaders of the human faction in the Sky End Palace, which resembled an energy vortex, were also gathered. If counting the elders of various ranks of the former 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory, there were also hundreds of superior beings of the primordial era and supreme ancients gathered here from the Third Universe. Phase in comparison, the leaders of both human factions gathered here, especially the immortal Emperor and the few who had come in contact with Xianxia before, were clearly more excited. In that very moment, the countless champions from the three main planes of the stars, as well as the leaders of various races and factions, all of them had an unprecedented hope and expectation ignited in their hearts without exception after they came to their senses. Everyone's eyes shone with an incomparably blazing light of expectation. Even though Xianxia, the master of Magic Hall, had said that he would only take 6 people away, they believed that they would most likely be one of those 6. In fact, Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Bideo also had this kind of excitement in their hearts, but this thought only flashed for a moment before quickly disappearing. Then, the 6 of them continued to shake their heads as bitter self-mocking smiles appeared on their faces. Although they had pledged allegiance to Xianxia and even returned to their own race at Xianxia's behest, when did that happen? Such as now that the primeval world no longer existed, and with the height that Xianxia had reached, even the incarnation of the primeval worlds will of heaven had to be wary of him. How could he still remember that little bit of history? Even more so, moreover, there were countless champions from the 3 main planes of the stars gathered in this sea of battleships. Even if the primordial beings and supreme primordial beings were added together, there were more than 1,000 of them. If Xianxia wanted to take 6 people away, how could he possibly let them, who were merely universe masters, have a chance? Roar! Xianxia, are you threatening me? Xianxia's voice had barely faded when primeval Heaven's Eye, who was 100 billion miles away, suddenly flew into a rage. Since when did the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe become a place where anyone could threaten them? You can think of it this way. Xianxia's voice sounded out once more, and the purplish gold light in the eyes of the skeleton clones suddenly burned brightly. It's just 6 juniors below the level of the primordial era. I will take them away right now. If you want to stop me, the heavenly fallen Bao will definitely shoot you. At most, I'll just retreat immediately, and when I recover, I'll come back and ask for it. Xianxia didn't hesitate any longer. His terrifying 8th-level Heavenly Dao realm consciousness extended toward the sea of battleships on the left side of the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe. In just a short time, he found the auras of Lang Ganglai and the others and locked onto them. He was so presumptuous and had already attacked. The primordial Heavenly Dao was furious, but he did not dare to act rashly. Because, with his understanding of Xianxia, since he had said so, he would definitely do it. Since, if he really wanted to stop him, the arrow would be unavoidable. No matter how much the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe were affected by the arrow, he could just escape, recover, and come back again. If he didn't agree to it every time, there was nothing he could do. If it happened a few more times, he would probably explode from anger. Phase relatively speaking, it was just taking away 6 juniors who weren't even at the level of primordial beings. Xianxia was a person who valued relationships. If he wasn't wrong, these 6 juniors were probably friends with him in the past and didn't have any special value. For these 6 juniors, there was really no need to confront the madman Xianxia head-on. He could just think of another way to deal with him later. Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, primeval Heaven's Eye forcefully suppressed his impulse to attack. His huge vertical eye that was like a star flashed with a green light, revealing an endless chill, but he didn't say anything in the end. This, he was clearly admitting defeat. As the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao's will of the primeval universe, it wasn't easy for him to make such a concession. Xianxia didn't dare delay any longer, in case the other party suddenly changed his mind. That would only add to his troubles. With this thought in mind, he immediately attacked. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The six-armed demonic ape's true form didn't move. It remained vigilant as it stared at primeval heaven's eye and the 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul-blood ape in the void billions of kilometers away. However, Yi Xian's powerful spiritual perception was fully activated as a heavenly Dao realm rank 8. At that moment, an extremely sharp sound tore through the air as 6 beams of light shot out from the sea of battleships to the left of the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe. There was a figure in each of the 6 beams of light. They were Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Lion Ba Dao. The 6 of them were only universe masters, so they couldn't withstand such a terrifying speed. However, all 6 of them were enveloped and protected by Yi Xian's powerful spiritual perception, so they were completely fine. Because he was worried that the green eye of the great desolate heavenly Dao would interfere, Yi Xian pushed his powerful divine sense, which was at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm, to the limit. Now, he only brought along the 6 universe masters who didn't resist, so his speed was naturally extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the 6 beams of light arrived in front of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape's true form and stopped abruptly in the void. Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Lion Ba Dao appeared. All of them had their mouths wide open, and they were in a daze, wondering if what they had just experienced was just an illusion. In fact, it wasn't just them. In the vast sea of battleships on the left side of the forbidden desolate land, the powerful figures of the remote antiquity era and the supreme masters of the remote antiquity from the 3 main planes of the universe were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were beings like Undying Emperor who had been in contact with Yi Xian before, and they all looked like they had been struck by lightning. They had never expected that the 6 people Yi Xian wanted to take away weren't them, but the young talents of several races in the second universe. It seemed that these guys had once had a conflict with Yi Xian, but they didn't know each other at all, as Lang Ganglai and the other 4 appeared in front of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape, in the sea of battleships to the left of the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe. The powerful beings and supreme masters of the primeval era from the 3 main planes of the universe were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They had never expected that the 6 people Yi Xian wanted to take away were the young talents of several races in the second universe. This was really hard for them to accept. At this moment, the higher-ups of all parties were as if they had been struck by lightning. They were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. This was not the time to talk, and this was not a place to stay for long. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and in an instant, Lang Ganglai and the other 4 were taken into the space inside the Shenong's treasure cauldron. Then, without hesitation, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. The next moment, a light flashed, and the real body of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape shrank in size and was instantly enveloped by it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared, this kind of secret method again. He disappeared in an instant without even the slightest spatial fluctuation. There is no trace at all. How did he do it? Roar. As Yi Xian's figure disappeared, the primordial heavenly Dao's eyes, which had long since anticipated this scene, instantly flew into a rage. His roar shook the heavens, causing the countless experts in the sea of battleships on the left side of the Forbidden Star region to tremble in fear. Yi Xian left, leaving with Lang Ganglai and the other 5 that they had not expected. At this moment, all the experts, including the immortal emperor, had a thick sense of despair on their faces. In the dark void far away on the right bank of the river, whoosh, an imperceptible sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a light flashed, and Yi Xian's figure quietly appeared. This time, he activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. The coordinate jumping point that Yi Xian had locked onto was still near the base camp of the Source Nest planet. Although it had only been a moment, he had already left the left bank of the Milky Way. Compared to the 1 month it took to get there, it was simply unimaginable. The higher the level of his growth, the more deeply Xian could feel the power of the devouring system in his body. He really didn't know how Xingbo had fiddled with it back then. However, this time, Xian did not return to the Source Nest planet. Instead, he directly rushed to the next Source Nest planet. Now, including Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Shirba Dao, who he had just brought out of the forbidden area of the Great Desolate Land, there were nearly 100 subordinates waiting in the space inside the Shenong treasure cauldron in his body. In other words, Xian had to take Shirwanjin to find all the hundreds of Source Nest planets that had the interstellar coordinates recorded back then, and gnaw a small hole in the barrier membrane that enveloped these Source Nest planets, so that the nearly 100 subordinates waiting in the space inside the cauldron could enter one after another and quietly steal the sky. The task was too heavy. He really didn't have time to delay, so he could only set off immediately. After a few days, a Source Nest planet appeared in the void in front of him. Xian did not hesitate and directly waved his hand. In an instant, 2 rays of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into the figures of Shirwanjin and the Green Ox. Swish! Without wasting any time, Xian immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out, charging towards the Source Nest planet in front of him. With an incomparably deep buzzing sound, the ray of light shot out and stopped abruptly above the Source Nest planet that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. A ray of light without any suspense, a layer of hazy membrane appeared below the light. It was still about 1,000 feet long, and there was no similar hazy membrane in the other areas. It was the same as before. Swish! This time, Shirwanjin did not wait for Xian to call out to him. His eyes flashed with anticipation, and with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane that was 1,000 feet in radius. Next, after slightly adjusting the power in his body, he took a deep breath and bent down to chew on the food as if he was eating. Shirwanjin was getting more and more familiar with this kind of thing. After all, he was accumulating experience every time he did it. Every time he did it, his monstrous teeth were also getting stronger and stronger. This was the case for him. This time, Shirwanjin's speed was as fast as before. For hours had just passed, and he had already bitten a small hole in the barrier in front of him. The small hole was filled with an incomparably pure energy aura that caused people to tremble in fear. Moo! Swish! The Green Ox was already prepared. When it saw the small hole appear, it did not hesitate at all. It raised its head and let out a low moo. Then, a bright light flashed in its eyes, and its entire body instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot out. In the blink of an eye, it had already drilled into the small hole and entered the interior of the Source Nest planet, disappearing from sight. Shirwanjin immediately stopped, and a low buzzing sound rang out at the same time. The fingernail-sized hole that had just appeared also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly recovering to its original state. Boo! Rumble! As soon as Xian finished, a series of extremely dull rumbling thunder suddenly came from the end of the dark void in the distance. It lasted for about 3 breaths of time, then it strangely stopped. Xian frowned, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Swish! Without hesitation, he immediately waved his hand and kept Shirwanjin, who was rubbing his cheeks but had a happy expression. It was obvious that he was happy because he had just gnawed on a bean-sized barrier membrane of a Source Nest planet. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and blasted toward the end of the dark void where the strange rumbling thunder came from. After a few short breaths, Xian had already arrived at the dark void where the rumbling sound came from earlier. As his figure came to an abrupt halt, he looked around, but there was only an endless expanse of darkness around him. Even with the power of his divine sense, he couldn't find anything beyond 100 billion kilometers. Don't talk about Source Nest planets. There wasn't even a speck of cosmic dust. Such a situation could be seen everywhere in the vast and boundless primordial chaos void. However, the low rumbling thunder that suddenly appeared and lasted for about 3 breaths of time was extremely real. Furthermore, it definitely came from this area. Yi Xian was now a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. At such a close distance, how could he make such a mistake? There's clearly no abnormality, but I can't find the reason or source of the rumbling thunder. Could it be that this is just a phenomenon that appeared in the primordial chaos void? As he muttered, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something, and his heart sank. Yi Xian immediately rushed to the place where the rumbling thunder came from. However, to his surprise, it was a dark void. There was nothing. Not only was there no sign of life, there was not even a speck of cosmic dust. There's clearly no abnormality, but I can't find the reason or source of the rumbling thunder. Could it be that this is just a phenomenon that appeared in the primordial chaos void? In shock, he muttered softly as if he was sleep-talking. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his heart sank. Indeed, there was such a possibility, but he couldn't be sure at the moment. This matter needed to be verified. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's divine sense power spread out again. It was extremely meticulous, and it thoroughly explored the surrounding hundreds of billions of miles in the void. Indeed, after confirming that he did not miss anything, and that there was no abnormality, he did not hesitate and immediately turned to leave, rushing to the nearest source nest planet that was marked with the next interstellar coordinate. A few days later, he arrived at his destination. A source nest planet appeared in the void in front of him. After approaching it, Yi Xian waved his hand and 2 beams of light shot out. This time, the figures of Shi Wanjin and the primordial porcupine appeared. Whoosh! Without wasting any time, he waved his hand again, and a beam of light shot toward the source hive star in front of him. With a low buzzing sound, the beam of light shot forward and stopped abruptly at a distance of 10 million miles above the source hive star, which was hundreds of millions of miles away. Under the star in his sight, a familiar scene appeared again. It was a hazy barrier of about 1,000 meters. A gleam of expectation flashed in Shi Wanjin's eyes. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a beam of light and blasted forward. He took a deep breath, and as if he was eating, he bent down and gnawed at it. 2 hours later, a small hole had been gnawed out of the barrier in front of him. Inside the hole, an incomparably pure energy aura was emitted. Chapter 5102. Moo, swish. The primordial porcupine was already prepared. It raised its head and let out a low and deep moo. In the blink of an eye, it had already drilled into the small hole and disappeared into the interior of the origin nest star. Wang! A low buzzing sound rang out at the same time. The fingernail-sized hole that had just appeared also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it was as good as new. However, Yi Xian's attention was not on this at all. In fact, from the moment Shi Wanjin bent down and began to gnaw, Yang Kai's divine sense had already extended into the surrounding dark void. His attention was raised to the extreme as he paid close attention to everything around him, not letting go of even the slightest clue. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, at the end of the dark void in the distance, the expected muffled sound of thunder immediately came. It lasted for about 3 breaths of time before it strangely stopped again. Li Fei dark light flashed in Xian's eyes. This time, he didn't even pay attention to Shi Wanjin. He immediately teleported and locked onto the direction and location of the rumbling sound. In less than 1/10 of a breath, he had already arrived there. As expected, his heart sank once again. There was still nothing in front of him. His spiritual sense spread out, and within a radius of hundreds of billions of kilometers, it was the same situation. However, just now, the shocking rumbling sound had indeed come from this place. Although it had only lasted for about 3 breaths of time, there was an extremely dense energy fluctuation in this place at that time, revealing an incomparably dense aura of the primordial laws. Previously, in the vicinity of the origin nest star, Yi Xian already had a guess in his heart, but he was not sure. Now that he had encountered the same situation again, although the investigation was still fruitless and he did not find any conclusive evidence, his previous guess was basically confirmed. It wasn't that someone was hiding in the dark and pretending to be a ghost. It was just a natural reaction of the primordial void. The two consecutive low rumbling sounds were just a specific manifestation of the power of the primordial void law. This kind of feeling was similar to the reaction of the heavenly Tao in an independent world like the Great Desolate World. For example, the descent of the heavenly tribulation. While the reason for this situation was obviously related to Yixian letting Lion Wanjin gnaw at the invisible barrier protecting the Source Hive Star and sending his subordinates into the Source Hive Star to carry out stealing the heavens. When the primordial era began, 3,000 nesting stars would give birth to a chaos fiend god in the mysterious and boundless primordial void. When the primordial era officially began, the 3,000 chaos fiend gods who walked out of the 3,000 nests would become the first generation of chaos beings, the true favorites of the new primordial era. Example: the primordial chaos era, which had lasted for countless years, was about to come to an end. The 3,000 chaos fiend gods that had been born in the primordial chaos era had established many great worlds outside of the primordial chaos void. Of course, now that the primordial era was about to end, all the worlds that were created at the beginning of the era had already perished, devoured by the endless void turbulence, heading towards destruction. The Great Desolation World was the last of them. Just from this, it could be seen how important the chaos fiend gods born in the 3,000 nests were. Yixian didn't know much about the primordial void. Why did the primordial era open one after another? Why did the primordial era open one after another? Why did the primordial era open one after another? Why would there be 3,000 origin nests that gave birth to 3,000 powerful chaos demon gods every time the primordial era opened? But before the chaos fiend gods in these nests were born, there was no doubt that they were protected by the primordial chaos void. Just from the fact that the nests were like the Milky Way star field, there was an invisible barrier formed by the power of the laws that shrouded the nests. Although the primordial chaos void did not have the so-called will of the heavenly way like the Great Desolation World, or rather, the will of the heavenly way had a concrete manifestation, but the level of the primordial chaos void was still far above the Great Desolation World. The various powers of the laws here not only existed in the dark, but also had to be felt. It was one thing for Yixian to steal from the heavens once or twice. For example, when he sent Shui Ben, the mosquito butcher's true body, and the Emperor's seal thunder spirit into a single origin nest star 3 times, there wasn't any abnormal reaction. But if he did this kind of thing too many times, the power of the laws of the primordial chaos void would naturally sense it. The last 2 rumbling thunder sounds were because of this. Right for Yixian, this rumbling thunder was actually just a kind of warning from the power of the laws of the primordial chaos void. It seems that I have to hurry up. The power of the laws of the primordial chaos void has already sensed. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a dark light flashed within Yixian's eyes. His expression immediately became even more serious. We have to hurry up. Once this drags on for too long, I'm afraid something big will happen if we continue like this. Xiao. After that, he didn't hesitate anymore. He turned around and returned to his original position. After putting Shi Wanjin into his body, he immediately rushed to the next nest star. Unknowingly, half a year had passed since Yixian took Lang Ganglai and company away from the primordial chaos forbidden ground. In this half a year, everything was normal in the primordial chaos forbidden ground. However, Primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 Heavenly Tao Realm ferocious beast generals led by the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape never appeared. After Xian left, Primeval Heaven's Eye roared angrily before disappearing into the void. Even the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape and the other Heavenly Tao Realm ferocious beast generals under him did the same. From after that, they never appeared again. Forbidden Ground. All the experts in the Forbidden Ground were unsure if they were in seclusion in their respective cave abode stars, or if they had hidden in an unknown parallel void, or if they had left the primordial chaos Forbidden Ground and headed to other regions of the primordial chaos void. Heaven's Tao Realm experts came and went as they pleased, leaving no traces behind. It was too unfathomable. At this moment, in a parallel space that was connected to the primordial void, there was an enormous oval-shaped star that stood towering amidst the boundless darkness. It imperceptibly emanated an extremely obscure yet extremely powerful aura. This parallel void had the same nature as the endless turbulent void. However, it was more stable. There was no endless turbulence in the void, but in fact, there was nothing in it, not even a speck of cosmic dust. Therefore, the gigantic oval-shaped star that stood silently in the void was definitely something foreign. It did not belong here in the first place. Matter, in fact, on both sides of the Milky Way, the upper echelons of the desolate supremacy and above in the various supreme forbidden grounds and stellar domains would usually hide in such parallel spaces. There was no connection between them, and some of them were even created by their own heaven-defying means. It was like a temporary cave abode. Rip! Rip! The crisp sound of ripping silk rang out. In the distance of the dark void, a series of spatial cracks appeared. Following that, one figure after another rushed out of the cracks. There were big and small figures, but even the smallest figure was millions of miles long. In less than a minute, 10 void rifts appeared around the dark void. 10 figures walked out of them. They were of different forms, but all of them were astral beasts. The auras they emitted were extremely ancient and powerful. They were the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts under the primeval heaven's eye. The weeping soul blood ape with a blood-colored horn on its head was one of them. Buzz. With the arrival of the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals, the oval-shaped planet that stood silently in the middle of the void quaked slightly. With a deep hum, the planet suddenly emitted a faint azure glow, transforming into a gigantic azure vertical eye. This vertical eye was none other than the primeval heaven's eye. This dark void that resembled nothingness was a secret space he had opened up in the void parallel to the primordial chaos with his great divine powers. Usually, the primeval heaven's eye would seclude himself here. While among his subordinates, only the 10 powerful heavenly Tao realm beasts, led by the weeping soul blood ape, had the qualifications to enter this place and knew the coordinates to enter. For half a year, the primordial heavenly Tao green eye had been hibernating in this secret space that it had opened up. However, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under it had been sent out to carry out different missions, and back when they left, the primordial heavenly Tao green-eyed had instructed them to return half a year later. Now, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals had returned as agreed. However, it was unknown how the mission they were tasked with was carried out. Tell me. Very quickly. Soon, as the green light in the gigantic vertical eye flashed, the primeval heaven's eye's deep voice sounded. After exchanging looks, the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts, led by the weeping soul blood ape, spoke one after another. They reported the situation they had investigated over the past half a year on both sides of the Milky Way. The Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone has been found. It's extremely far from our primordial desolate Forbidden Zone, with the entire Milky Way separating us. We are located in the middle of the left bank of the Milky Way, while the Magic Hall star domain is located on the left bank of the Milky Way's right bank. To head there, even a heavenly Tao realm existence would need to circle from the dark zone at the end of the Milky Way's left bank to the end of the Milky Way's right bank before rushing there. The journey is long, and even a heavenly Tao realm expert would need more than a month. As for the primordial desolate army, it's basically impossible. That's right. Along the way, one would need to pass through too many powerful forbidden zones and star domains. Such a massive army of living beings would attract too much attention, and any carelessness would lead to misunderstandings. Along the way, one would end up in a huge battle with unrelated existences. As for the situation in the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone, over the past half a year, almost no experts have left the periphery of the star domain. They have always been holed up in the Forbidden Zone's star domain. However, there are hidden scouts that have been sent out. I captured one of them and obtained some information from a soul search. This scout team's commander is only a titled Undying Emperor. His level is too low, so he doesn't know the true secrets of the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. However, one thing is certain. The Magic Hall's master, Xianxia, left half a year ago and has never returned. He seems to be carrying out some important arrangements outside, and now, the strongest expert guarding the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone is only a desolate supremacy old pig spirit at the 9th stage of perfection. He's only at the half-step heavenly Tao realm, so he can't even withstand a single blow. In addition, everything about Yi Xian's collection of innate elemental origins has been investigated. Apart from the left bank of the galaxy, he has also taken action on the right bank. Strangely, he had already collected a set of innate elemental origins, but for some reason, he took action again to hunt innate elemental ferocious beasts. Presently, we can already confirm that he has already gathered the quintessence of the second batch of quintessence treasures of the 5 elements. The quintessence of the Earth Guide, Fire Guide, Metal Guide, and Wood Guide have already been gathered. Presently, he merely lacks the quintessence of the Water Guide. In addition, over the past half a year, there have been some unprecedented phenomena happening in the primordial chaos void. It's extremely strange. The regions where the phenomena occur are not on the 2 banks of the galaxy, but in the vast, dark void that is extremely far away from the right bank. Practically every 3 to 5 days or so, in the vast dark void in the distance of the right bank, there would be a place that faintly emitted the rumbling of thunder that shook the heavens and the earth, and it imperceptibly revealed the aura of the primordial laws that caused one's heart to palpitate. In the beginning, this strange and untraceable rumble of thunder wasn't very intense. The aura of the primordial chaos laws that it emitted wasn't very rich either. But with the passage of time, the phenomenon is far from what it was half a year ago. This phenomenon is as though the primordial chaos void has given birth to some kind of heavenly Tao will. The so-called rumbling of thunder is the throbbing of a power that is similar to the heavenly Tao will, or even anger. To think that there's such a thing. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in heavenly Tao Azure's eyes as it immediately began its inference. This phenomenon is as though the primordial chaos void has also given birth to some kind of heavenly Tao will. The so-called rumbling of thunder is the throbbing of a power that is similar to the heavenly Tao will, or even anger. Having said that, one of the heavenly Tao realm beasts paused for a moment before continuing. What's even stranger is that there is a nesting star within 100 billion kilometers of the place where the rumbling of thunder occurs without any warning. Although this matter hasn't been verified one by one, the dark void far away from the right bank of the galaxy is too vast. The rumbling of thunder only lasts for a short period of 2 to 3 seconds. After that, there's no more sound. It's impossible to lock onto its location. However, there were 2 times when the thunderous rumbles occurred, and some of us happened to be nearby, so we rushed over immediately. During those 2 times, we discovered a nesting star within 100 billion miles of the place where the thunderous rumbles occurred. Just based on this point, we can basically conclude the inference. This strange rumbling of thunder is very likely related to the nesting stars that are born in the primordial chaos void. There's actually such a thing. Upon hearing that, a glint flashed in heavenly Tao Azure's eyes as it immediately began its inference. As primeval heavens I closed his eyes, an invisible and obscure force instantly emanated from his body. It circulated invisibly, causing the dark void to appear even more mysterious. The 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts led by the weeping soul blood ape didn't leave. They lay dormant in the dark void around primeval heaven's eye. They didn't do anything else as they waited for the results of primeval heaven's eye's inference. They also found this matter extremely odd. It had never appeared in the primordial chaos void before, and among the people present, only primeval heaven's eye had the highest cultivation level. He had already reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and he wasn't far from the peak of the 9th stage's perfection heavenly Tao realm. Apart from that, as a former heavenly Tao will of a great world, he was adept at heavenly Tao inference. This was something that the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts present, including the weeping soul blood ape, were far inferior to. Therefore, all they could do was wait for the results of such inference. There was no way they could participate in it. Time slowly passed, and in a blink of an eye, 9 days passed. Over the past 9 days, the dark void was silent. There wasn't a single sound, but the obscure and profound aura that emanated from primeval heaven's eye's body grew thicker and thicker. It was to the point where it felt like it couldn't be dispersed. Very clearly, his inference had reached the most critical juncture. Heavenly Tao inference was extremely profound and extraordinary. The typical living being had no way of grasping it. Only the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of a great world could come into contact with it. Even Xian had never come into contact with it. 9 Because of this, the Heaven Dao divination technique only lasted for 9 days. No matter if it was a shocking secret or a trivial matter, no matter if the result of the divination was obtained, the divination would definitely end in 9 days at most. This was something that the Weeping Soul Blood Ape and the other 10 Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast Generals under the primordial Heavenly Dao Green-Eyed knew very well. Therefore, with the arrival of the 9th day, their tightly shut eyes slowly opened. They landed on Primeval Heaven's Eye's body, which was in the middle of the circle. As the dark light flickered, there was a thick sense of expectation that couldn't be dispersed. Just as the final moment of the 9th day was about to fade away, the huge vertical eye that had been tightly shut all this time suddenly opened. From within the eye, an extremely blazing green beam shot out. In an instant, the voice of the primordial Heavenly Dao's green eyes, which were filled with excitement and anxiety, sounded. Tell me quickly, have you counted the strange rumbling sounds in the past half a year? How many times have there been? Clearly, the inference had come to a conclusion. At the very least, they had found some clues. Otherwise, Primeval Heaven's Eye wouldn't suddenly ask such a question. And seeing how agitated and anxious he was, the matter was clearly no small matter. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast General who happened to have counted the matter did not dare hesitate and immediately replied, "We've counted it. In the past 6 months, in the vast and endless dark void on the Milky Way's right bank, there have been a total of 28 such strange booms. But this is only the data when we left the Milky Way's right bank. Now that we've rushed back to the Milky Way's left bank, we've spent another month on the journey. Based on the fact that these strange booms happen every 3 to 5 days, the total number of booms should be more than 35 times. 35 times? Damn it, that's already more than a third of the time. We have to stop him as soon as possible." Hearing the number of explosions of the strange thunder, it had reached at least 35 times. The green eye of the primordial Heavenly Dao immediately became anxious. The vertical eye that was as huge as a star shone with a green light, and the low voice of the divine sense revealed a sense of excitement. Such a scene had almost never happened to him. After all, he was the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao's will of a great world. He was high and mighty, treating all living beings as dogs. There were very few things that could disturb his mind. Positive while the Weeping Soul Blood Ape and the other Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast Generals were alarmed and momentarily failed to react, Primeval Heaven's Eye's deep voice resounded in the dark void once again. He was narrating the results of his inference. The result of this inference is even more astonishing than the Heavenly Dao treasure from before. Even if we obtain the Heavenly Dao treasure, it will only allow a few more Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast Generals to appear among the peak desolate supremacies of our desolate wilderness forbidden ground. This is not the ultimate goal of our gathering here. We have gathered countless living beings of the desolate wilderness world here and established a desolate wilderness forbidden ground on the left bank of the Milky Way. We have been waiting endlessly, and our ultimate goal is to enter the Milky Way's stellar domain and head to that mysterious homeworld to vie for the providence of the primordial chaos of the next epoch, and my inference results are also related to the providence of the next epoch. Those strange booms are indeed related to the nests in the primordial chaos void. This epoch is about to end. In this vast and boundless primordial chaos void, there are 3,000 nests. Every nest gives birth to a powerful chaos fiend celestial. Once this epoch ends and the next primordial chaos epoch begins, the 3,000 chaos fiend celestials born in these 3,000 nests will appear. They will be the first generation of living beings in the next primordial chaos epoch. They are existences at the chaos level that far surpasses the Heavenly Dao realm. Unfortunately, once the chaos seeds in these 3,000 nests germinate, the nests will be enveloped and protected by an invisible barrier. It's the same as the invisible barrier that protects the entire Milky Way. There's no way to enter, but now, someone is stealing from the heavens. This person is very likely Yixian. It's unknown what means he used, but he was able to send his subordinates into the nests. But now, there's someone secretly stealing from the heavens in the primordial chaos void. This person is very likely the magic hall's master, Xian. It's unknown what means he used, but he was able to send his subordinates into the nests. Although the primordial chaos void doesn't have the will of the heavenly Tao condensed in different forms like the various great worlds, the power of the primordial chaos void's operating laws has always been affecting this incomparably mysterious great void. Those 3,000 nests are the first-generation living beings of the next primordial chaos epoch. Xian used some unknown means to send his subordinates into the nests and replace them. This is no different from stealing from the heavens. At the same time, he's also stealing the primordial chaos destiny of the next epoch. The primordial chaos void naturally sensed something like this. It wouldn't be a big deal if it happened once or twice, but this person is actually so daring. In just half a year, he has already stolen the primordial chaos destiny of 35 nests and successfully sent 35 of his subordinates into the nests to replace the chaos fiend celestials inside and enter deep sleep. It is precisely because of this that the primordial chaos void sensed his attacks again and again. That is why the strange, thunderous roar that has never been heard before sounded. This is a warning, but he clearly wasn't scared and didn't stop. The primordial chaos void doesn't have a concrete will of the heavenly Tao. This is beneficial, but it also has a drawback. Now that Xian has taken advantage of this loophole and successfully stole from the heavens more than 30 times in a row, this is the manifestation of its drawback. Unfortunately, we can't interfere in this matter, but if this continues, there will be a limit to the operating power of the primordial chaos void's laws. Once this limit is touched, there will be a world-shaking disaster. No one knows what kind of changes will occur in the primordial chaos void, but the master of the magic hall, Xian, will definitely be wiped out by the invisible power of the primordial chaos void's operating laws. This line can't be crossed. 9 is the limit, and the number 9 is the ultimate limit. Every time the master of the magic hall, Xian, destroys the invisible barrier of the source nest star, he will attract the power of the primordial chaos void's laws and be tainted with a trace of karma. The limit of this karma is 99 times. Once this line is touched, the operating power of the primordial chaos void's laws will instantly explode, and the culprit who destroyed the invisible barrier of the source nest star will be wiped out in an instant. At this point, the voice of the way of the heavens paused for a moment before continuing. The excitement in the voice of the divine sense was even more obvious. In other words, if you only attack 98 times, although it is extremely dangerous, there won't be any serious accidents. Now, the master of the magic hall, Xian, has already attacked more than 30 times. He has used up a third of this chance to steal the heavens, but he still has more than 60 chances left. Although I'm not sure what method he used to break the invisible barrier formed by the laws of the primordial void that enveloped the source hive stars and sent his subordinates into the source hive stars to carry out the plundering of the heavens. But one thing is certain, and that is as long as we find the master of the magic hall, Xian, and try to force him to submit, then my subordinates will also have the same opportunity. If you want to, all of you can enter the source nest star and replace a chaos demon god. You can enter hibernation and nurture until the end of this era. When the next era begins, you can appear as a first-generation chaos demon god with a portion of the primordial chaos fate. Not only the 10 of you, but also the dozens of peak desolate supremacies in the chaos forbidden grounds who have yet to step into the heavenly Tao can also enter the source nest star to steal the heavens. This is a form of accumulation of resources. It's violent and direct. Perhaps it doesn't have much meaning at the moment, and it doesn't provide any obvious help to the karmic luck of the next primordial era. But once this era ends completely and the next era begins, its effects will instantly manifest. After all, in the entire primordial chaos void, only 3,000 chaos demon gods were born in an era. The mother planet that exists eternally occupies half of the primordial chaos era's destiny, and these 3,000 chaos demon gods share half. Once the next primordial chaos era begins, every time I have a first-generation chaos demon god under my command, the foundation to compete for the mother planet's destiny will be more abundant. So, no matter what, we must find the master of the magic hall, Xian, as soon as possible. There are only 60 chances left to steal the heavens, and one chance will disappear every 3 to 5 days. This is a huge loss that is almost unbearable. Screech. Chapter 5103. With that said, the primeval heavens I didn't say anything else. Instead, the gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star emitted a shocking roar. It was filled with endless excitement and indignation. He couldn't hold it in any longer. This opportunity and creation far exceeded what the heavenly Tao treasure represented. It was violent and direct. It was like harvesting the providence of the primordial chaos of the next epoch ahead of time. Furthermore, there weren't many opportunities left. Time was of the essence. Even someone as composed as him could no longer remain calm. Around the dark void, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under the weeping soul blood apes, heavenly Tao green-eyed, were already dumbfounded. Hong the desolate heaven Tao's eyes' words were too shocking. It completely overturned what they previously knew. They naturally knew about Source Hive stars and had a rather good understanding of them. The 10 of them had even entertained the shocking idea of entering a Source Hive star and replacing the chaos seed that was nurtured within. However, such matters depended on luck. Once the chaos seed in a Source Hive star sprouted, it was impossible to enter again. Therefore, they had only thought about it in the past and didn't pay much attention to it because it was nearly impossible. They never expected that such a nearly impossible opportunity would suddenly become a reality. The moment they thought of how they could enter a Source Hive star and use heaven stealing, and how they would appear as a powerful chaos fiend celestial in the primordial chaos epic, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals couldn't help but feel excited. That punk Yixian is as slippery as a loach. It won't be difficult to find him, but it won't be easy to force him to submit. Just as the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul blood ape were engrossed in their excitement, a green beam flashed in the gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star. The deep and sinister voice of the primeval heavens I sounded once again. This time, the stakes are too high. There is absolutely no room for error. With my strength and yours, I'm afraid we won't be able to guarantee that we can suppress him. We need to find another heavenly Tao realm expert at the 8th step to join forces with us. Coincidentally, isn't he still lacking a water guide origins? Fellow Taoist whale dragon of the whale dragon forbidden land is also a connate life form, and he happens to be of the water attribute. With his help, my chances of success will instantly increase by 30%. This matter concerns the chaos fiend celestial. We can directly snatch the providence of the primordial chaos for the next epoch. There is absolutely no room for failure. With just me and the rest of you, there's probably no guarantee that we can suppress him. We need to find an 8th order heavenly Tao realm expert to join forces with us. After figuring out everything, a cold light instantly burst out from the huge vertical eye that was like a star. Hong the desolate heaven path sect's green-eyed spiritual perception voice turned deeper. That's perfect. Isn't he still lacking a portion of water guide essence? Fellow Taoist whale dragon of the whale dragon forbidden land is also a connate life form, and he happens to be of the water attribute. With his help, my chances of success will instantly increase by 30%. The fellow Taoist whale dragon he was referring to was an extremely powerful late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert. His cultivation level was about the same as the primeval heaven's eyes. Although he was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he was not far from the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm's peak. It could be said that they were evenly matched. In recent times, the primeval heaven's eye and Yixian had already clashed twice. Be it back at the demonic ape forbidden land on the left bank of the Milky Way or later on when they set up a green urn in the primordial desolate forbidden land to lure Yixian in. Both times, Yixian had relied on his own strength to face the encirclement of more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts. Eventually, he was able to escape with great ease. With these two precedents, the primeval heaven's eye was now extremely wary of Yixian. He placed unprecedented importance on him, and he had even vaguely forgotten about his mortal enemy, the headless infant corpse. The last time, he had set up a green urn in the primordial desolate forbidden land to lure his enemy. It could be said that he had waited patiently for the enemy to exhaust him. He had made ample preparations, but in the end, Yi Xian had still calmly escaped. Not long after they escaped, they brazenly came back and took away a few of the younger generation ants from the 3 main planes of the starry skies. It was also that time that made the primeval heavens I realize that his cultivation level had broken through once again. In a short period of time, he had risen by a minor realm. Now, with that heaven-defying bloodline divine power, his peak combat strength was nearly on par with him, reaching the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It had been some time since Yi Xian left. According to the primeval heaven's eye's inference and estimates, he had not broken through again after his departure. But he reckoned that he wasn't far from another breakthrough. This was too bad. This was no trivial matter. He absolutely could not wait any longer. Not only did this person have the heavenly Dao treasure, but he also had the heaven-pilfering mystic technique. Furthermore, he had used up a third of the heaven-pilfering opportunities. Now, he only had about 60 or so chances left. Furthermore, the remaining 60 or so chances of heaven-pilfering would be used up every 3 to 5 days. That fellow had not stopped and continued causing trouble. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, the present situation was extremely serious. He absolutely could not delay any further. If not only would he miss out on the 60 or so chances of heaven pilfering, even the heavenly Dao treasure would only be able to look on helplessly. Then, the stronger Yi Xian was, the more impossible it would be to suppress him in the future. But, in reality, even now, such a chance was already very slim. Yi Xian already had the same terrifying strength as him at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Unfortunately, that fellow had the Blood Sea mystic technique. Once he used it, he could instantly split into 3. The 3 Blood Sea avatars all had the same combat strength. And in addition, he had the extremely powerful divine power, the heaven-falling bow. It could be said that even if there were 2 or 3 8th stage heavenly Dao experts at the same cultivation level as the primeval heaven's eye, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to suffer. But he was rather confident about the whale dragon that he had previously mentioned. This, not only was the whale dragon's cultivation level the same as his, having reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, but it was only a sliver away from the 9th stage of the peak heavenly Dao realm. It was also a connate ferocious beast that possessed a very special bloodline divine power. If it was used without warning with the help of the primeval heaven's eye, there was definitely a 60% chance of suppressing Yi Xian. A 60% chance of winning is already very high, but it's still not enough. We only have one chance. If we miss it, there will be no more chances. Therefore, we have to ensure that nothing goes wrong this time. Having said that, the gigantic green vertical eye flashed as it locked onto the weeping soul sanguine ape. After pondering for a moment, its deep voice sounded again. This time, we will focus on Taoist whale dragon's secret art of the whale swallowing. We will not use force to suppress him. It's useless even if there are too many people. However, the weeping soul sanguine ape's bloodline divine power will have a certain supplementary effect on your secret art of the whale swallowing. If you participate and strike with all your strength at the right time, my chances will increase by at least 10%. This way, it will be more than 70%. Although it's still not perfect, 70% is more than 2/3. It's worth a try. I will leave and may not return in the near future. Apart from the weeping soul sanguine ape, I will send 2 heavenly Dao masters to lead 20 powerful beings to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the right bank of the Milky Way and launch an attack. The remaining 7 heavenly Dao masters are not to act rashly. Stay here and guard the forbidden area of the Chaos Wasteland on my behalf. As for the 2 heavenly Dao masters who are going to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the right bank of the Milky Way, remember, you are just creating momentum. Your goal is to force Yi Xian back to the forbidden area of the magic hall. The battle doesn't need to be too intense. You can delay it a little. Whoosh! Having said that, the primeval heavens I didn't say anything else. Suddenly, a ray of green light shot out from its gigantic green eye. It enveloped the weeping soul sanguine ape in the void on its right side and disappeared in a flash. Hiss, boom, rumble. In the next instant, accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping silk, the dark void in front of the heavenly Tao Master's green eye emitted an earth-shattering rumble of thunder. The spatial rift appeared out of thin air. The green eye of the way of the heavens didn't hesitate any longer. Like a meteor, it rushed into the spatial rift in a flash and disappeared from sight. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With that, he left with the weeping soul sanguine ape. The 9 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals standing in the dark void immediately took action. Each of them tore open a void rift and immediately returned to the Chaos Wasteland forbidden area. Among them, 7 ferocious beast generals stayed behind. According to the primeval Heaven's Eye's orders, they were to guard the forbidden area on his behalf. As for the other 2 ferocious beast generals, they gathered troops from the forbidden area. They only led 20 powerful ferocious beasts at the level of primordial mighty figures and rushed out of the forbidden area. Without stopping, they rushed to the forbidden area of the Magic Hall on the left bank of the Milky Way. The 2 ferocious beast generals were not weak. One was at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, while the other was at the 4th stage. They were both at the mid-stage. Now that Yi Xian was no longer presiding over the Magic Hall, the 2 of them were enough to suppress him with 20 mighty figures. Whoosh, whoosh, roar. Hiss. Inside the forbidden desolate land, the chains rattled, and the furious roars and howls of ferocious beasts rose and fell. At a glance, a massive nether cauldron that resembled a planet could be seen in the central stellar domain of the forbidden area. The 20,000 runic chains on the cauldron's exterior were extremely thick and were 500,000 kilometers long. They were wriggling like spirit snakes. In the surrounding void, there were many astral beasts standing there. Upon careful count, there were 20 existences at the level of primordial mighty figures. In addition, there were 2 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals. The 2 ferocious beast generals' cultivation levels were not weak. One of them was a blood-winged tiger at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, while the other was a blue-eyes golden-eyed beast at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They were existences at the mid-stage. According to primeval Heaven's Eye estimated that with Yi Xian no longer presiding over the Magic Hall, the 2 of them were enough to suppress him with 20 mighty figures. Soon, the 20 powerful ferocious beasts at the level of primordial mighty figures charged into the nether cauldron and vanished. While, among the 2 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals, the blue-eyes golden-eyed beast at the 4th stage raised its head and swallowed the nether cauldron that transformed into a beam of light. Following that, it raised its head and roared. Before its roar faded, the blue-eyes golden-eyed beast and the blood-winged tiger charged out of the forbidden area. Without stopping, they rushed to the forbidden area of the Magic Hall on the left bank of the Milky Way. At the same time, in the dark void on the left bank of the Milky Way, rip! The crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded as primeval Heaven's Eye rushed out of a void rift. Without stopping, it shot straight for the end of the void ahead. This was the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area located hundreds of billions of kilometers in that direction. Whale the Dragon Forbidden Area was similarly famous on the left bank of the Milky Way. With its current overall strength, although it was unable to enter the top 10 on the left bank, it could enter the top 100 like the primeval Forbidden Area. Arrival the Beast's forbidden areas and the remnant star domain that were ranked in the top 10 on the left bank definitely had peak 9th stage heavenly Tao realm experts presiding over them. The average person would not dare to provoke them as their statuses were just too high. The strongest person presiding over the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area was the Whale Dragon mentioned by Primeval Heaven's Eye. Its cultivation level was the same as Primeval Heaven's Eye, at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was not far from the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Apart from this Whale Dragon, the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area had more than 10 heavenly Tao realm astral beasts. They were all subordinates of the Whale Dragon, so their overall strength could be said to be extremely powerful. Arrival the Whale Dragon Forbidden Land had nearly 100 primordial supremes below the heavenly Tao realm. For such a terrifying beast forbidden land to have such high-end combat strength, it would have been unimaginable in the past. Even when Yi Xian was hunting supremes of the primeval supremes, there was no doubt about the outcome if he encountered such a beast forbidden area. No matter how monstrous his means were, only death awaited him. However, such a situation was clearly impossible in the past. In the past, even in the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area, there was only one Heavenly Dao realm astral beast. Over the course of an epoch, the 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials born in the primordial chaos void had opened up several great worlds. After each great world was destroyed, the strongest experts in it led the remaining living beings in the great world to the two banks of the Milky Way. Formation they built various astral forbidden zones and remnant stellar regions. As they rested there, they waited for the Milky Way stellar region to open so that they could vie for the providence of the primordial chaos in the next epoch, and the primordial chaos forbidden area was the last great world to be destroyed. With its destruction, the upper echelons of the various astral domains and remnant stellar regions on both banks of the Milky Way realized that the end of the primordial chaos epoch was approaching. Only then did they emerge from their slumber. From the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area was headed in a different direction from the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area's Magic Halls Forbidden Area on the left bank. To go from the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area to the Magic Halls Forbidden Area, one had to circle around the end of the left bank. From there, one would head to the right bank of the Milky Way before heading to the Magic Halls Forbidden Area. Although the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area and the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area were both located on the left bank, the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area was located in the middle of the left bank. As for the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area, it was located in the middle of the left bank. Therefore, the Bloodwing Tiger and the Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast of the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area would definitely reach the Magic Halls Forbidden Area on the right bank first. As for the Primordial Heaven's Eye, it would need to head to the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area from the opposite direction first. After a short delay, it would turn around and head to the dark area at the end of the left bank before heading to the Magic Halls Forbidden Area. It would definitely arrive after them. Whoosh! A faint whistling sound could be heard. 2 days later, the Primordial Heaven's Eye finally arrived at the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area. A crack appeared in the void, and a figure stepped out from it. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He had a square face and a dignified expression. Back in the primordial chaos world, the Primordial Heaven's Eye had never changed its form. It had always appeared in its original form as a gigantic green eye that resembled a star. The green eye emitted a cold and sinister gaze that exuded an aura of disdain for everything. But now, the primordial chaos world had completely collapsed. Not long after the breakthrough, it had been devoured by the endless void turbulence. The so-called primordial chaos heavenly Tao had been reduced to an ordinary life form in the primordial chaos void. It was just that its cultivation level and strength stood at the top of the pyramid. Under such circumstances, it would have been fine if it was facing an existence weaker than it, but the whale dragon it was about to visit was like him. It was a whale dragon that was only a hair's breadth away from the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. The primordial heaven's eye's sense of superiority no longer existed. Therefore, it was natural for it to transform into a green-robed remnant. Fellow Taoist, halt. At the edge of the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area's star domain, a deep voice sounded in front of it. A blue-robed elder stepped out of the void, and the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was that of a heavenly Tao realm 8th stage. Without a doubt, this existence that had also transformed into a remnant should be the strongest expert in the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area, Whale Dragon. Since he was a heavenly Tao realm 8th stage, coupled with the fact that the primordial heaven's eye did not deliberately conceal its cultivation aura when it arrived, he naturally sensed it immediately. Such an existence was not far from the peak heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage. Be it a visit out of goodwill or a visit with ulterior motives, it was definitely not something the other heavenly Tao realm experts in the Forbidden Zone could handle. Therefore, the powerful whale dragon had taken the initiative to appear. This must be fellow Taoist whale dragon. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to worry. I'm the primordial green eye of the primordial forbidden area in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way. When he reached the whale dragon, the primordial heavenly Tao Qin Yen stopped. A kind smile appeared on his face. He nodded slightly and continued, I have 2 reasons for coming here today. Firstly, I want to warn you about a great enemy. Secondly, I want to give you a good fortune, warn of a powerful enemy? Give me an opportunity? 10 billion kilometers away, Whale Dragon's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile, I'd like to hear the details. Let's first talk about the opportunity that I'm giving you. Hong said. The desolate heaven Taoist nodded and continued with a faint smile. I'm sure you know that in this vast primordial chaos void, there are 3,000 nesting stars. Every nesting star nurtures a powerful chaos demon god. Now, this primordial chaos era is almost over, and the next primordial chaos era is about to begin. The 3,000 chaos demon gods nurtured in these 3,000 nesting stars will be born. They will be the first generation of living beings in the next primordial chaos era, existences at the chaos level that far surpasses the heavenly Tao realm. Fellow Taoist, I'm sure you understand the so-called stealing the heavens, but once the chaos seeds in these 3,000 nests sprouted, the nests would be shrouded and protected by a layer of invisible barrier, just like the invisible barrier that protects the entire Milky Way. There's no way to enter at all. Now, someone is doing this. I don't know what method he used, but he can actually send his subordinates into the nesting star. Moreover, the primordial chaos void has naturally sensed this. It's fine if it's just once or twice, but this person is so daring as to do it again and again. In a short period of half a year, he had already stolen the primordial karmic luck of 35 Sourcehive stars and successfully sent 35 of his subordinates into the Sourcehive stars to replace the chaos fiend gods within them and enter deep slumber to be nurtured. It's also because of his repeated actions that the primordial chaos void has sensed it. In the endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way, there will be unprecedented strange thunder every 3 to 5 days. You and I are both incarnations of the heavenly Tao's will of a great world. You must understand the heavenly Tao's deduction technique. A few days ago, I used this technique to deduce the final result. 9 is the number of extremes, and the number of 9 is the ultimate. Every time this person steals the heavens and destroys the invisible barrier of the nesting star, he will attract the power of the primordial chaos void and be tainted with a trace of karma. And the limit of this karma is 99 times. Once this line is touched, the power of the primordial chaos void will explode instantly. Now, that existence has already made more than 30 moves. 1/3 of such opportunities have been used, but there are still more than 60 chances left. Although I'm not sure what method he used to break the invisible barrier formed by the power of the primordial void that enveloped the Sourcehive stars and sent his subordinates into the Sourcehive stars to carry out the sky stealing, there's one thing I'm sure of. That is, as long as we find this person and try to force him to submit, then my subordinates will also have the same opportunity. I'm willing to share the 60 or so chances of stealing the heavens with you 50-50. As for why it was you, fellow Taoist, and not the other peak-level heavenly Tao of the 8th level or even the 9th level on the left bank of the Milky Way, there is naturally a reason for this. What I'm going to say next is that I'm warning you about a great enemy. I wonder if you know of the cosmic berserk ape. At this point, a cold light flashed in Tian Daoqing's eyes, and his face instantly darkened. This berserk ape was quite famous on both sides of the Milky Way many years ago. Back then he was just a tiny ant. In fact, he's only at the desolate supremacy realm now. Because he possesses some kind of heaven-defying secret technique that has no time limit, he can raise his cultivation by a large realm. That's why he has the combat strength of an 8th stage heavenly Tao. Not long ago, this child appeared again and caused quite a stir on the left bank of the Milky Way. Fellow Taoist, you must have heard of it. During the battle of the demonic wolf Forbidden Land, I joined forces with more than 10 heavenly Tao realm fellow Taoists but failed to hold him back. Not only does he have the Shenong treasure cauldron, he also has the 9-colored flame sea. He even has the blood sea mystic technique and the supreme divine power, the heaven-falling bow. Previously, this child collected the 5 elemental herbs and refined a heavenly Tao treasure medicine. Later on, he collected the 5 elemental herbs again. His goal is very likely to be to refine a primordial chaos treasure medicine suitable for peak heavenly Tao realm experts like us. And according to the reliable information I have, he has already obtained the metal, fire, earth, and wood elemental herbs in his second collection of the 5 elemental herbs. What's lacking is the water elemental herb. And fellow Taoist, you happen to be a water elemental connate ferocious beast. The dragon pearl in your body is the water elemental herb he needs. This child is naturally arrogant and unruly. He dared to kill that old freak, Desolate Supremacy, when he was at the Mighty Figure realm. And now, his cultivation level and strength is the same as fellow Taoists, at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. There's no reason for him to not come knocking. Therefore, my choice is fellow Taoist. That's because there's no reason for you not to take action. This child is our common enemy. We need to cooperate sincerely to succeed. You mean to say, upon hearing that, a cold glint flashed in Whale Dragon's eyes as he continued the conversation. That existence that is searching for nests in the dark void ahead of the Milky Way's right bank? Is this galactic berserk ape? To be precise, it should be the Magic Hall's Lord of the Magic Hall's Forbidden Land, Yixian. With a slight nod, Primeval Heavens, I continued, the so-called galactic berserk ape is just an avatar he uses to deceive others. This person is a human. Now, in the left region of the Milky Way's right bank, he has established a forbidden land for ferocious beasts. The Magic Hall's forbidden land under him is filled with all sorts of people. Not only are there ferocious beasts, there are also remnant experts. However, other than Yixian himself, the strongest person in the Magic Hall's forbidden land is only a perfected Desolate Supremacy, old pig spirit. Now, Yixian has led a group of trusted elites to the endless dark void ahead of the Milky Way's right bank in search of nests. Therefore, the strongest person in the Magic Hall's forbidden land is that old pig spirit. Upon saying that, the primordial Heavenly Tao's green-eyed face revealed a smug look. After a pause, he continued, 2 days ago, I sent 2 mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals from the primordial forbidden grounds. They led 20 Desolate Supremacies and Mighty Figures to the Fiend Hall's forbidden grounds. They will definitely arrive there before me and fellow Taoist. The first thing they will do is to attack the Magic Hall's forbidden land. However, they won't attack immediately. This is to attack reinforcements. The Magic Hall's forbidden land was single-handedly built by the Lord of the Magic Hall, Yixian. Although this person has a violent temperament, he is also extremely inflexible. There are many of his trusted subordinates in the Magic Hall's forbidden land. As long as something happens in the Magic Hall, he will definitely rush back as soon as he receives the news. As for you and me, we can first determine his approximate location. Then, we can set up an ambush on the path he must take to reach the Magic Hall's forbidden land. At this point, Whale Dragon waved his hand. Since fellow Taoist already has a foolproof plan, what are you hesitating for? Let's set off immediately. Rip! The desolate heaven path's green eye no longer hesitated. Upon hearing this, he immediately waved his hand. In an instant, a crack appeared in the void on the right. The two looked at each other from a distance of 10 billion miles. Hand over after exchanging glances, they took a step forward and entered the crack in the void. Their figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 5104. Left bank of the Milky Way, Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. Count it had been more than a month since Yixian left with the group of Magic Hall elites. Over the past month, the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone had been peaceful. According to Yixian's instructions before he left, apart from the necessary elite scouts, there were no other experts walking around the massive Magic Hall. Now, the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone was the same as what Primeval Heavens I knew. Yixian wasn't presiding over the Forbidden Zone, but it didn't mean that there weren't any Heavenly Tao realm experts. Count from Primeval Heaven's Eye's point of view, Yixian had always been by his side, but in fact, Yixian had left the Archbeast in the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. Count the Archbeast was a powerful existence at the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. And apart from him, the 4 Heavenly Kings, who were at the 9th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm, were also in the Archbeast's body. Count Yixian had sent the Archbeast into the treasured Devourer body's body so that it could stay behind with the treasured Devourer body and preside over the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. The Archbeast could fight alone, but it could also summon the 4 Heavenly Kings with a wave of its hand, splitting 4 electronic wisps of consciousness into them. Together with the 4 Heavenly Kings, the 5 mechanical beasts could join forces in battle. As such, even a third-stage heavenly Tao would be helpless. With the Archbeast and the 4 heavenly kings joining forces, they could defend themselves in a head-on battle. Count Yi with the treasured Devourer body and pig spirit, there was naturally no need to worry about the Magic Hall's forbidden zone. Although the treasured Devourer body and pig spirit were only at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, in fact, their cultivation levels were only a hair's breadth away from the true heavenly Tao realm. With the Archbeast presiding over the Magic Hall's forbidden zone, the 2 of them could take turns to enter seclusion and attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Dang, however, it was impossible for it to go into seclusion at the same time because the autarch beast simply didn't care about the secular affairs of the Magic Hall's forbidden area. It usually shrunk its body and stayed within Yi Xian's abode star, basically not showing itself. In fact, after Yi Xian left, Old Boar went into seclusion. His demonic Pig 9 transformation's bloodline ability had been deduced to the 6th transformation. Under the 6th transformation, he had the cultivation base of a 9th rank Desolate Venerable, while his own cultivation base was actually a 2nd rank Desolate Venerable. As a 2nd rank Desolate Venerable, once he activated the 9 transformation's demonic pig bloodline ability, he could instantly step into the 3rd rank Desolate Venerable. In addition to the following 6 transformations, his cultivation base would increase by a total of 6 small ranks, making him a perfect 9th rank Desolate Venerable. However, after Yi Xian left, Old Boar used 3 days to break through a small cultivation base, reaching the 3rd rank Desolate Venerable. As such, under the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations, his peak combat strength reached the 1st rank heavenly Tao realm. However, this was impossible in the primordial Great World. Due to the suppression of the Great World's heavenly Tao, the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations bloodline abilities effects could only stop below the heavenly Tao realm. Following later on, once Old Boar came out of seclusion, Yi Xian's treasured devouring body immediately went into seclusion. His peak Desolate Venerable cultivation base at the 9th rank Desolate Venerable realm was solid. This point had even surpassed Yi Xian's actual body. Therefore, treasured devouring body seclusion was to attempt to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm, walking ahead of Yi Xian's actual body. Now, treasured devouring body had been in seclusion for more than a month, but he had yet to come out. As for Old Boar, who had combat strength at the 1st rank heavenly Tao realm in the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations, he had been trying his best to infer the next 3 transformations. Or perhaps it was because his cultivation base had broken through to the heavenly Tao realm in the 6th transformation, causing his spiritual perception strength to increase several-fold. This time, it only took Old Boar a month to infer the last 3 transformations of the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations. This was definitely of extraordinary significance. Although he had not gone into seclusion and his cultivation base was still at the 3rd rank Desolate Venerable realm, with the final 3 transformations of the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations deduced, it instantly increased his peak combat strength by 3 small ranks. Only few months ago, after he broke through to the 3rd rank Desolate Venerable realm, his peak combat strength reached the 1st rank heavenly Tao realm under the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations. Now, it had increased once again, reaching the 4th rank heavenly Tao realm. As such, there were now 2 powerful heavenly Tao realm existences presiding over the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds. Old Boar's cultivation base was the strongest. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations, he had already stepped into the mid-stages of the heavenly Tao realm, reaching the 4th rank. As for the Empyrean beast, its cultivation base was slightly weaker. It was a 2nd rank heavenly Tao, but by joining forces with the 4 heavenly kings, it could fight any 3rd rank heavenly Tao. 2 heavenly Tao realm existences had combat strength at the 3rd rank and the 4th rank. This happened to have the same cultivation level as the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast sent by the primeval Heaven's Eye. It could be said that even if the 2 old fogies were to descend into the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds, they would not be able to gain much of an advantage. until the 20 peak mighty figures and supreme primordial. Don't forget that there were still the 7 gorgeous cultivators in the magic hall's forbidden grounds. The 9 black dragons that the demonic dragon rode, as well as the other upper echelons of the 6 legions in the magic hall, were basically equal in strength. This was something that the primeval heavens I would never have expected. In fact, there was still a truly powerful person in the magic hall's forbidden grounds that had not been included. That was Yi Xian's treasured devouring body. He had been in seclusion for more than a month. Before he entered seclusion, his cultivation level was already at the 9th rank Desolate Venerable Realm, allowing him to fight a 1st rank Heavenly Dao. This was absolutely astounding. This was because he was different from Yi Xian. As for the treasured devouring body, Yi Xian had deliberately allowed him to take a different path from his main body. Yi Xian's main body had all sorts of mystic arts and treasures. His true combat strength had always been far beyond his realm. It was nothing out of the ordinary for him to fight beyond his realm. However, it had to be said that this was basically due to the various mystic arts and treasures. The treasured devouring body was different. He did not have any external treasures, nor did he have any mystic arts. All he had was a connate treasured devouring body. His combat strength was completely a manifestation of his own strength. This under such circumstances, to be able to defeat a 1st rank Heavenly Dao at the 9th rank Desolate Venerable Realm at the 9th rank Desolate Venerable Realm showed how terrifying his talent was. On this point, although he was only an avatar, his cultivation realm had already exceeded Yi Xian's main body. He had even entered seclusion before Yi Xian to break through to the true Heavenly Dao realm. This was also circumstantial evidence. After all, he had the connate treasured devouring body. His entire body was condensed from the purest connate devouring core crystal. Compared to a body of flesh and blood, his talent was incomparable. It was understandable. Therefore, once the treasured devouring body came out of seclusion and entered the true Heavenly Dao realm, his combat strength could be anticipated. At the very least, a 1st rank Heavenly Dao was definitely not his match. Even a 2nd rank Heavenly Dao might not be able to fight the treasured devouring body head-on. To fight him head-on without being at a disadvantage, one would need to be at least a 3rd rank Heavenly Dao realm. Si-la, Hua-la. At that moment, in the silent magic hall's forbidden zone, there was the crisp sound of ripping silk. Oni Void Rift appeared as the strange sound of the Netherworld Cauldron's chains emitted from it. Instantly, it alarmed countless experts in the magic hall's forbidden zone as they turned to look in the direction of the sound. Si-la, Hua-la. After Yi Xian's departure, the entire magic hall's forbidden zone had been silent for more than a month. But at that moment, at the edge of the forbidden zone's star domain, there was the crisp sound of ripping silk. The void rift appeared out of thin air as the strange sound of the Netherworld Cauldron's chains emitted from it. Instantly, it alarmed countless experts in the magic hall's forbidden zone as they turned to look in the direction of the sound. Whoosh! In the next instant, an extremely sharp sound tore through the void as a massive figure rushed out of the void rift. It was none other than the massive Netherworld Cauldron. The 20,000 runic chains on the cauldron's exterior were extremely thick and were 1,000,000 kilometers long. They were wriggling like spirit snakes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Following the descent of the Netherworld Cauldron, 22 figures rushed out of it. They were of different sizes and shapes, but all of them were astral beasts. Until in terms of cultivation strength, there were 2 Heavenly Dao realm experts, 10 Desolate Supremacies, and 10 Primordial Great Perfection Stage 9 experts. First, as mentioned before, the reason why the primeval heavens I sent out this elite team of trusted aides was not to destroy the magic hall's forbidden zone, but to suppress it. Although the magic hall's forbidden zone was one of the strongest forbidden zones on the right bank of the Milky Way. In fact, other than the magic hall's master Yi Xian and the archbeast in his hands, none of the other existences in the magic hall's forbidden zone were worthy of the primeval heaven's eye's attention, including the old pig spirit who he thought was only a Desolate Supremacy Stage 9 expert. However, therefore, as long as he finished off the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, he could destroy the tiny magic hall's forbidden zone with a thought. He was not even interested in it. This, Previously, he sent an elite team to the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone with the goal of besieging it and forcing the master of the Magic Hall, Yixian, to come to his aid. As such, he naturally could not use his powerful strength to suppress it. Therefore, other than the 2 Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast Generals, there were 10 Desolate Supremacies in the team. There were even 10 Desolate Supremacies at the Primordial Era who had reached perfection of the 9th Order. This was so that they could have combat strength at every realm. This way, they could avoid using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. No, however, if any random cat or dog that appeared in the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone required the Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast Generals to take action, that would be too boring. In fact, at that moment, after the Netherworld Cauldron rushed out of the rift, it came to a sudden stop in the void. The spot where it silently hovered was not within the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. This was because if that was the case, a full-scale battle would immediately begin. It was not in line with the mission given to them by the primeval Heaven's Eye. At that moment, the spot where the Netherworld Cauldron was hovering just inside the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone's boundary. It was equivalent to blocking the entrance, preventing the Forbidden Army in the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone from escaping. Roar! Screech! 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 22 powerful ferocious beasts of different shapes and sizes charged out of the Netherworld Cauldron. They instantly formed 2 rows in front of the Netherworld Cauldron. In the back row were 10 Desolate Supremacies and 10 Pinnacle Mighty Figures. In the front row were 2 ferocious beasts that were 50 million kilometers in size. They were none other than the 3rd stage Heavenly Dao Realm Bloodwing Tiger and the 4th stage Heavenly Dao Realm Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast. The moment they appeared, the 22 powerful ferocious beasts pushed their cultivation auras to the limits. They transformed into a suppressive might that radiated forward, instantly silencing the entire Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. Far ahead, deep in the Forbidden Zone's Forbidden Zone, the subordinates of the Magic Hall in the abandoned planets did not appear. The various battleships, fortresses, star fortresses, and astral battleships around the planets also remained motionless. It was useless for them to charge over in a battle of this level. There was naturally no need for them to send themselves to their deaths. In fact, even the Black Palace in Yi Xian's cave abode star did not move. The 7 gorgeous cultivators in seclusion in the Black Palace did not seem to have any plans of appearing either. In the next moment, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly sounded out from within Yi Xian's cave. A ray of light shot over with a terrifying speed that was faster than lightning. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in a spacious land at the edge of the star domain. It came to a halt when it was separated by a distance of 50 billion kilometers from the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone's entrance. It was massive, and it was none other than the Archbeast. The Archbeast was a fusion of mechanical beasts and Heaven's legacy beasts. It was the culmination of the entire Heaven's legacy race and mechanical race. Its body was 50 million kilometers in size. Even a gigantic planet would appear tiny in front of it. It stood upright and had 2 legs and 4 arms. On its back was a pair of mechanical wings that resembled mantis blades. This pair of wings was a characteristic of mechanical beasts. As for its head, it was an amalgamation of countless facets that resembled a beehive. This was a characteristic of Heaven's legacy beasts. For example, now, Yi Xian's electronic avatar had entered the Archbeast's body, allowing its cultivation level to reach the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Now that this cultivation level was emanating, it could be said to be extremely powerful. In addition to the Archbeast's terrifying body that spanned 50 million kilometers, even the sanguine winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast that were 50 million kilometers in size appeared tiny in front of it. As such, their might was instantly reduced by half. It could be said that just the Archbeast charging out from Yi Xian's cave abode star and traversing the spacious land at the edge of the Forbidden Zone's star domain made the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone's aura in no way weaker than the invasion team that was 50 billion kilometers away. In fact, it even surpassed them. When such a massive mechanical combat beast that had reached the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm appeared in the void 50 billion kilometers away, the 22 powerful beasts that had just descended were taken aback. However, they were only momentarily taken aback. They had yet to realize that the information that primeval Heaven's Eye grasped was severely inaccurate. After all, it was only the archbeast that had appeared. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a wave of the archbeast's hand, 4 beams of light shot out and hovered around it. They were none other than 4 gigantic mantis-winged combat beasts that were 50 million kilometers in size. Their basic form was identical. They stood on 2 legs and their mantis wings were like blades. The only difference was in minute detail. These 4 mechanical combat beasts were none other than the 4 heavenly kings. Xianxia's mechanical avatar was already extremely powerful. It could split into billions at will. Now, it had split into 4 electronic consciousnesses that entered the 4 heavenly kings' bodies. Therefore, the 4 heavenly kings were in fact Xianxia's electronic avatars. They were in sync with the archbeast's consciousnesses. If they were to fight together, their cooperation would definitely be flawless. The 4 heavenly kings in the form of winged combat beasts had different patterns on their chests that resembled emblems. From left to right, the 4 winged combat beasts had emblems on their chests. They were a purplish-gold void soldier ladle, a ferocious single-horned weeping soul beast's head, a gray slime, and a blood-red blood mosquito beast. As for the 4 heavenly kings' cultivation levels, they were all at the perfected 9th stage of the supreme primordial realm. In other words, they were at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. This clearly did not attract the attention of the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. After seeing the 4 heavenly kings, their eyes did not waver at all. With the netherworld cauldron's descent, 22 powerful beasts, led by the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, appeared out of nowhere. They emitted suppressive auras that enveloped the entire magic hall's forbidden zone. The archbeast that presided over the area immediately rushed out of Xianxia's cave abode star. With a wave of its hand, the 4 heavenly kings rushed out of its body and lined up horizontally in the void. The 4 heavenly kings' cultivation levels did not change. They were still at the perfected 9th stage of the supreme primordial realm, in other words, at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. This clearly did not attract the attention of the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. After seeing the 4 heavenly kings, their eyes did not waver. But, right on the heels of that, a shocking howl sounded. It emanated a suppressive aura that instantly caused the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast to tremble. They subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the sound. Oh! The howl sounded as a beam of light rushed out from a distant abandoned star. It was so fast that it appeared not far from the archbeast in the blink of an eye. It was none other than the old pig spirit. His body spanned 60 million kilometers and was extremely shocking. Only few months ago, after he broke through to the 3rd stage of the desolate supremacy realm, his peak combat strength had reached the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm under the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations fiend pig. Now, it had skyrocketed again, reaching the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was on par with the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's cultivation level. It was in no way weaker. The old pig spirit rushed out of the star and appeared out of nowhere. The aura of the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm emanated from his body, causing the 22 powerful beasts that were hundreds of billions of kilometers away to tremble violently. As their expressions changed abruptly, they all sucked in a breath of cold air in unison, followed by the sound of divine sense. All of them revealed a touch of shock and horror that couldn't be dispersed. What? This is that black-skinned old pig spirit? Wasn't it said that he was only at the 9th stage of the desolate supremacy realm? From the looks of it, he is clearly at the middle stage of the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. I feel like vomiting blood. This information is too inaccurate. A middle stage of the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm is said to be at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. This is preposterous. A mechanical battle beast at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm and a black-skinned old pig spirit at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In addition, there are 4 desolate supremacies at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm who are at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Such strength is almost on par with us. As such, how can we crush them in this battle? This is clearly a fierce battle that is evenly matched. Roar, screech. So what if there are 2 heavenly Tao realm existences? This sovereign and the Bloodwing Tiger can stop the two of them. Although the remaining 4 Desolate Supremacy Battle Beasts are at the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, we still have 20 Desolate Supremacies and Mighty Figures. If we join forces, we should be able to suppress them. We don't have any other choice. This battle is inevitable. Roar. As the 4th stage Heavenly Tao realm blue-eyed golden-eyed beast gave the battle order with a roar, the Bloodwing Tiger beside it, as well as the 20 Desolate Supremacies and Mighty Figures lined up behind them, raised their heads and roared. Without any hesitation, the 22 powerful astral beasts charged forward. The powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into an invisible suppressive force that enveloped the stellar domain. As a result, the void produced an extremely deep humming sound. Screech. Upon seeing this scene, the Archbeast was the first to react. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its massive body took a large stride forward. At the same time, its head rapidly turned. Thearch the beast's head had inherited the characteristics of the Heaven's legacy beast. It was in the shape of a beehive and had many facets. These facets were clearly cannon muzzles that could shoot out energy beams from all directions. But now, this huge head that was like a beehive with a large number of facets suddenly burst out with a low buzzing sound. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to look at it directly. But furthermore, the blazing golden light on all the facets suddenly flashed and pointed in the same direction. It was none other than the Bloodwing Tiger that was charging at the Archbeast. Boom! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the Bloodwing Tiger could recover from its shock, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The Emperor Beast's beehive-like head, which was covered with a large number of facets, suddenly shot out a large number of light beams. All of them. Some of the light beams were of the same size. They were about 10,000 miles in diameter and 40 to 50,000 miles in length. They were pure gold in color, and there were so many of them that it was shocking. However, after these beams of light shot out from the beehive-like facets, they didn't spread out in all directions. Instead, they gathered together and shot forward. The power was too shocking. The void was directly torn apart, and the dense hissing sounds continued without end. All the crimson gold light pillars were so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed the distance of tens of billions of kilometers and arrived in front of the Bloodwing Tiger. Roar! The Bloodwing Tiger never expected the Archbeast to have such a long-range energy attack. Its body trembled violently as it came to an abrupt halt in the void. It originally wanted to turn around and dodge to the right, but it was too late. Although more than half of its body had charged out, its back and one of its wings had been struck by the terrifying and majestic energy beam. Blinking in an instant, one of the Bloodwing Tiger's wings had melted away. Its left hind limb was half gone, turning it into a lame tiger. Although it did not perish, nor was it seriously injured, it was in a sorry state. In its humiliation, the Bloodwing Tiger raised its head and let out a roar. With a flash, it charged at the Archbeast again. However, due to its injuries and the loss of one wing and half a leg, its might was clearly not as strong as before. It was almost on par with the Archbeast at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Boom! This time, the Archbeast did not use its head, which was covered with countless facets, to launch a long-range attack. Its huge eyes flashed coldly as it instantly charged forward. It raised its right arm that was like a pillar that held up the sky and punched out. The void rapidly collapsed. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings charged out at the same time. Their target was the 20 Desolate Supremacies and Mighty Figures. Roar! As they charged out, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, who were in the middle of the 4 heavenly kings, raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and roar. At this moment, the soldier ladle insignia on Heavenly King Void's chest suddenly lit up. It shone brightly. The tens of millions of soldier ladles in the thousands of beehive nodes began to move under Heavenly King Void's command. There were a total of more than 1,000 beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Inside each node, there were tens of thousands of void soldier ladles guarding it. They were using all their strength to activate the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle race. These unique biological frequency were channeled out under the guidance of the soldier ladle in each beehive node. More than 1,000 beehive nodes had more than 1,000 biological frequency streams that resembled a river. All of them flowed through the pipes and surged towards the core node of the core circle before gathering into one. Finally, with Heavenly King Void's sudden roar, this terrifying and mysterious biological frequency was like a tsunami. It instantly surged out from his mouth. Hum! Hum! With Heavenly King Void's movement, an invisible shockwave roared out. This majestic and terrifying biological frequency directly caused a dense and weak tremor in the void. This scene was so shocking that it gave people an illusion. It was as if the entire vast and boundless star field was trembling under this sudden high-frequency buzzing. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying sound that was sharp enough to tear apart the sky, everyone was temporarily deafened in an instant. Void in front of them, an invisible tidal wave like the sea of stars suddenly leaked out, turning into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it enveloped the vast void of hundreds of millions of miles. The 20 roaring beasts, desolate venerables and powerful figures, were all shrouded in it. Chi-la-la, rumble, clear tearing sounds that were as dense as rain resounded everywhere. This vast void of hundreds of millions of miles was instantly torn apart inch by inch. As far as the eyes could see, a large amount of void turbulence shot out. In a few of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a void whirlpool that was like a black hole. Such as, indeed, space beasts below the level of a powerful being, even if they were universe supreme beings, when faced with the impact of the endless storms and tides surging out from such a black hole-like crack in the void, they would be crushed like dry weeds and smashed rotten wood, and they would be instantly reduced to ashes. However, these 20 space beasts were all powerful figures and desolate venerables, and this kind of area of effect attack obviously had its power reduced. It did not fully reflect the Heavenly King Void's 9th stage perfect desolate venerable cultivation base. Thus, even though they were in an extremely sorry state, especially the 10 ferocious beast almighties, bloody scars had appeared on their bodies as they were injured by the boundless spatial turbulence. However, they were merely injured and didn't die because of this. It wasn't even to the extent that they were heavily injured. But it did not matter. The 4 Heavenly Kings rushed out at the same time, and this wave of attack was only the Heavenly King Void's power. It was far from over, and it was not all. At the same time, Heavenly King Blood Mosquito let out a shocking roar, and the power of the Blood Mosquito War Raja that was integrated into its chest also exploded. The color of the Blood Mosquito War Raja was a dark red color that leaned towards black, like dried blood, giving people a very heavy feeling of oppression. At a glance, there was nothing unusual about it, and it was exactly the same as the other 3 War Raja. However, in fact, the core node of the smallest 9th circle inside the mouth of the horn was different from the other thousands of honeycomb nodes. The front half of this core node was densely filled with extremely sharp alloy spikes. At a glance, this core node was like a huge alloy porcupine. Straight, although the core node with a diameter of 3,000 meters was only covered with alloy spikes on the side facing the mouth of the horn, the number of them was extremely shocking. They were too densely packed, and the total number was over 100 billion. Moreover, the hardness of these alloy spikes was extremely shocking, over 100,000 meters in diameter, several times that of the main dragon bone material of the Starry Sky Fortress. This was because these alloy spikes were all made from some kind of special mineral or crystal. Each of the alloy spikes was 1,000 feet long. If they were thrown out like spears, under a certain degree, they would be able to pierce through battleships, even fortresses and starry sky fortresses. It was precisely the forging system that tailored it according to a certain characteristic of the Mosquito clan. It could be said that the Blood Mosquito battle claws were definitely the only battle claws among the 4 great battle claws that could produce physical attacks, not just energy attacks. Roar! Shio, shio, shio. In the next moment, the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King rushed out, raised its head, and roared. Before it finished, the intense high-frequency vibrating sound of a mosquito beast flapping its wings came from its chest. Ding! Looking over, countless densely packed tiny holes like a honeycomb appeared, emitting a low buzzing sound, causing the entire void to tremble slightly, as if there was some kind of resonance. This kind of high-frequency vibration power was clearly restrained. It gathered together and gathered from the honeycomb nodes to the core node of the ninth ring. Otherwise, if it spread out, this large part of the void would have been disturbed to the point of trembling. But, even so, this invisible shockwave, after being amplified by the special shape of the War Raja, had already blown out wrinkles in the void when it left the outer circle of the War Raja with the largest diameter. In the invisible shockwave, there were clearly countless giant alloy spears made of special materials mixed in, and they could even pierce through stars. Now, they were whistling through the sky, and their momentum was simply unstoppable. These alloy spikes were pushed to the extreme by the invisible shockwave. When they shot out, a layer of invisible ripples appeared in the void, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed into the void in front of them in the blink of an eye. Chapter 5105. Poof! Poof, poof, poof. Muffled popping sounds could be heard instantly. Looking around, in the void tens of billions of miles away, the 20 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign had bloody holes appearing on their huge bodies. These bloody holes were made by the countless alloy spears that were shot out in the invisible shockwave. The 10 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign were all more than 10 million miles in size. Although these alloy spears were extremely sharp and could even pierce through stars under the powerful invisible shockwave, each spear was only 100 feet thick. For their huge bodies that were more than 10 million miles in size, it was simply not painful or itchy. However, there were too many of these alloy spears. They were so densely packed that they covered the sky and earth. Now that they had pierced through, the 5 ferocious beasts were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Their huge bodies were simply pierced into sieves, and they fell on the spot. However, the Heavenly King Blood Tattoo could only use one wave of such spear attacks in a short period of time because the arrangement of the spears also required time. However, it did not matter. It had only been 2 waves of attacks. Although the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King had already made their moves, the Time Heavenly King and the Crying Soul Heavenly King had yet to make their moves. This time, when the 4 of them attacked together, they would definitely all make their moves and display the might of the Heavenly Kings. Melt among the 4 battle claws that entered the bodies of the 4 Heavenly Kings, the Void battle claws possessed the power of the Void, the Crying Soul battle claws howled and cried souls, and the Time battle claws were even more terrifying. They could create the tide of time that was related to the universe's time law. The Void battle claws only had 1 void ripple. In addition to the invisible shockwave, the Blood Mosquito battle claws could also move the alloy spears, covering the sky and earth, forming an indestructible physical attack. As for the Crying Soul battle claws, there was only a terrifying cry that could destroy souls. The tide of time triggered by the Time battle claws was a kind of invisible law power. Only when it exploded, there was a slight flash of golden light that represented the passage of time. If it was against mechanical and electronic life forms, the Crying Soul battle claws and the Time battle claws would have the weakest effect. However, if the target was a flesh and blood creature, the situation would instantly reverse. For example, today, after the attack of the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King, one of the 2 Heavenly Kings who had yet to make a move, the Time Heavenly King, finally made a move. Previously, of the 4 great Heavenly Kings, the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King attacked one after another. After 2 attacks, 5 of the 20 vicious beasts, desolate venerables and powerful beings fell. However, there were still 15 left, and they were merely injured. Now, as the attacks of the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King came to an end, of the 2 remaining Heavenly Kings, the Time Heavenly King finally made his move, Screech. The Time King let out a thunderous roar, and as he did, the Green Gold Empress inside the Time War Scroll received the order to unleash a full power attack. Down below in an instant, in the core node of the central domain, where time had passed, the Azure Gold Slime Emperor did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately took action. Within the thousands of beehive nodes, the 1,000 slime kings and the tens of millions of azure gold slimes instantly fully activated the power in their bodies, and an astonishing pressure rapidly condensed. Buzz. A low buzzing sound rang out. Invisible ripples spread out from the green gold jade emperor's body and entered the walls of the core beehive. Standing along the pipes connected to the outer walls, the ripples were instantly transmitted out. In the blink of an eye, the tens of millions of slimes in all the beehive nodes trembled. Their bodies shone with golden light, layer by layer, superimposed on each other and converged together. In a tenth of an instant, the light gold color had turned into a rich golden color, and it was also covered with a faint purple gold color. The golden color turned into purple gold, and it looked completely different from before. Although the purple color was still rather faint, it was clearly visible, representing the change in its power. Countless purple gold lights rushed into the walls of the beehive nodes as if they were intelligent, and then returned along the pipes of the outer walls. From all directions, they rushed toward the core beehive node where the green gold slime emperor was located. While all of this was completed in less than half an instant, the rich purple gold lights that had gathered from the thousands of beehive nodes all converged. Down below, after entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node located in the center of the 9th ring inside the huge mouth of the war scroll suddenly lit up, and a scorching purple gold light exploded. Everything that followed was without suspense. Straight, the core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely turned into a purple gold world. Waves of purple gold ripples spread along the war scroll, and in front of the huge mouth of the war scroll, a purple gold fan-shaped ripple was derived. Imitation like a gorgeous purple gold tide, with the shocking roar of the King of Time, it rushed out and pushed forward. Walala! The purple gold tide of time flowed past, and the invisible power of the universe's time law manifested, freezing the 15 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign in the void tens of billions of miles away, and they could not struggle at all. Visible to the naked eye, the huge bodies of the 15 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign changed in an instant. The purple gold tide flowed through their bodies, and the originally lustrous fur dimmed quickly without any suspense. Light disappeared, and large pieces of fur fell off, floating into the universe's void and turning into flying ash. The power of this strange purple gold tide lasted for 30,000 years. Although the 15 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign were extremely powerful, the power of the time law was invisible and intangible, and it affected everything in the dark. On the surface, it looked like they had only been illuminated by a streak of purple gold light, but this instant represented 30,000 years of endless time flowing through their bloodline true bodies. Change. If it was an ordinary ferocious beasts of the starry sky, they would not be able to withstand it at all, and they would turn into decaying ash and withered bones in an instant. Matter in fact, even the primordial era's great beings could not withstand the passage of 30,000 years on their bodies in an instant. If they were not injured before, it would have been fine. But now, they were already injured, and they were corroded by the power of the time law. Among the 15 ferocious beasts, the last 5 primordial era's great beings withered and died in an instant. Peng. The huge flesh body withered, lost its breath of life, and fell downwards. All of this took a long time to describe, but there were a total of 3 waves of attacks, and they were completed in just 3 breaths. In 3 breaths, all 10 primordial era's great beings were dead, and now, only 10 supreme primordial era's great beings were left. Although they were not dead yet, they were also injured, and in addition to the corrosion of the purple gold tide of time, their condition was extremely bad, as if they were seriously injured. But among the 4 heavenly kings, only 3 heavenly kings had made a move, and there was still 1 heavenly king who had not made a move yet. And this wave of attacks was obviously the last straw to overwhelm the 10 supreme primordial era's great beings. The one who had not made a move yet was Heavenly King Di-Hun. Following Heavenly King Di-Hun's purple gold tide of time dissipated quickly, and at this moment, Heavenly King Di-Hun finally made a move. Screech. A shrill screech rang out, and because of it, the void trembled slightly, giving people a feeling of horror. This was Heavenly King Di-Hun raising his head and letting out a long howl. the war talisman that had fused into Heavenly King Di Hun's body was the Weeping Soul War Talisman. The Weeping Soul Beasts were the Weeping Soul Beasts, and the strength of the Weeping Soul Beast in the Soul Battle Karma was directly related to the life forms of the Weeping Soul Beasts in the Soul Battle Karma. Previously, after being tempered by the Thunder Lock Spiritual Mist, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes in the Weeping Soul Battle Karma had leveled up to Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and among them, there were even 300,000 Weeping Soul Purple Apes. However, that was a long time ago. Now, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts were almost all undying beings, and among them, there were more than 300,000 Universe Masters and more than 30,000 Universe Supremes. At this moment, as Heavenly King Di Hun raised his head and let out a howl, all the Weeping Soul Beasts in the Weeping Soul Battle Karma started to move. In thousands of beehive nodes, tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts activated the unique Weeping Soul Spirit Ripple of their race. The Spirit Ripple energy gathered in every beehive node and flowed through the special pipes between the nodes to the core node of the core circle, gathering into one. It was so fast that it turned into a sharp howl in the blink of an eye. It sounded like the roar of a raging sea, but also like the sound of nature, spreading out instantly. Heavenly King Weeping Soul threw his head back and let out a long howl. His soul-wrenching howl was filled with the bizarre mental energy of the entire Weeping Soul Beast race. At this moment, it howled outwards, causing the entire star region to tremble in the face of this sudden and violent howl. It was so strange that it gave people a feeling that it could tear the sky apart. Before, in the sky, the 10 supreme masters of the primordial era beasts were shaking violently. Even their minds and consciousnesses were in a trance at this moment, as if their spirit bodies were being pulled out of their bodies by the howl. An invisible tidal wave that was like an ocean in the starry sky enveloped their bodies and directly affected their souls, wreaking havoc on them. Miserable, the howls were extremely short. In a short moment, the 10 desolate sovereigns were dead. There was no sign of life coming out of their huge bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 20 Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era and Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era brought by the Blood-Winged Tiger and the Blue Eyes Golden Clear Beast were all killed. Everything that happened before seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in 4 or 5 breaths. There was no gap in the 4 waves of attacks of the 4 Heavenly Kings. From the first wave of attacks to the end of the 4th wave of Weeping Soul attack, one wave after another. In the first wave of attacks, the 20 Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era and Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era were completely caught off guard, but it was too late for them to guard against the next wave of attacks. When the first wave of void power of the Heavenly King of the Void was about to end, the second wave of invisible shockwaves from the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito came rumbling. Then came the tide of time and the power of Weeping Soul attack. One wave after wave, they were completely overwhelmed. Before the 20 Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era and Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era could react, everything was over. In fact, although the cultivation of the 4 Heavenly Kings was powerful, they were all peak desolate elders of the 9th step Great Circle, which was half a step into the Heavenly Tao. However, the other 10 beasts were all supreme beings of the Primordial Era. Although there was no desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage, even if the 4 Heavenly Kings joined forces, it was impossible to kill all of them in a short period of time. For example, the 4 Heavenly Kings were not able to kill all of them. Today, such a result could only be said to be a joke. Although the 4 Heavenly Kings were 4 people, the ones that entered the bodies of the 4 mechanical beasts were all a part of Yi Xian's electronic consciousness that was divided from the Emperor Beast. But it could be said that the communication between the 4 Heavenly Kings did not have any hesitation at all. Just saying that their hearts were in sync was not enough to describe it. It was this kind of absolutely perfect cooperation that allowed their attacks to be so sharp. In just 4 or 5 breaths, they had already finished everything, causing the 20 primordial experts and the old monster Huang Zun to be wiped out just like that? In fact, such a result was something that even the 4 Heavenly Kings and the Emperor Beast did not expect before the battle began. It could be said to be a pleasant surprise, absolutely amazing. In the eyes of the Blood-Winged Tiger and the Green-Eyed Beast, There was no need to mention the degree of shock. From their point of view, although the 4 heavenly kings were peak desolate supremacies of the 9th stage, there were 10 desolate supremacies among the 20 ferocious beasts they brought. Furthermore, they were basically 7th stage and 8th stage existences. In this way, the 20 space beasts joined forces to attack the 4 heavenly kings. Although there was no possibility of killing them, it should not be a problem to suppress them for a short period of time. But the result was so shocking. The 4 heavenly kings only attacked once, and in a total of 4 waves of attacks, all 20 space beasts were killed in a short period of 4 or 5 breaths. They were completely annihilated, and it was a near-instant annihilation. They were unable to accept it, but there was nothing they could do. Although they were extremely resentful towards the 4 heavenly kings, they were unable to kill them, as they were unable to free themselves from the battle, with their opponents entangling them. As for the Blood-Winged Tiger, he was already entangled with the Emperor Beast, and he did not have the advantage. They were evenly matched. As for the Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast, his opponent is naturally Pig Spirit. Both of them are at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Once the battle begins, it's impossible to have a result in a short period of time. When the battle between the 4 heavenly kings ended, the old Pig Spirit was overjoyed. His emotions surged as he raised his head and let out a shocking howl. "How dare you invade the magic hall with just that bit of ability? You bunch of trash, you must have been sent by the primeval heaven's eye, right?" In his delight, the old Pig Spirit's eyes flashed with contempt. He sized up the green-eyed beast a few times before saying, "That guy isn't a match for you, so he didn't dare to come to the magic hall to cause trouble. Instead, he sent you here to die. How despicable! But that's fine too. That kid Yi Xian didn't allow me to wander around, so you guys didn't enter the forbidden area of the magic hall to die. Since I have nothing better to do, I'll use you guys to practice and loosen up my muscles. I'll just treat you as trash and make use of you. Roar, remember, the one who will torture you is the pig tyrant of the magic hall." Boom! Rumble. After saying that, the old Pig Spirit raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking howl. Without any hesitation, his shoulders shook as his terrifying true body shot out like a gigantic black bolt of lightning. With a raise of his hooves, he smacked the green-eyed beast's forehead. Upon hearing those words, the green-eyed beast nearly spewed out blood from anger. No matter what, he was a Heavenly Tao realm expert. Furthermore, he hadn't just entered the realm, but a mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm existence. He had lived for countless years. Back in the Primordial World War, he already possessed the terrifying cultivation level of a desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage. He was one of the trusted generals under the primeval heaven's eye. That was even then, no existence dared to make such a fuss in front of him. But now, after countless years of seclusion, he had already stepped into the Heavenly Tao realm. Yet he encountered such a situation. A black-skinned pig that didn't even exist back then actually dared to tell him to make good use of trash, to loosen up his muscles and bones. This was intolerable. Screech. Under extreme anger, the green-eyed beast raised his head and let out a terrifying roar, revealing endless anger. Following that, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he charged straight at the old Pig Spirit. This, however, 2 mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm experts at the 4th stage were too powerful. It was the same for their speed. Even lightning couldn't compare to them. Again, in addition, the two were facing each other head-on. The distance between them was negligible. In just a few breaths, the two huge figures that were tens of millions of miles in size had already collided in the void. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. In the area where the two figures collided, the void within a radius of 10 billion miles directly collapsed, turning into a huge black hole. However, under the influence of the powerful nomological power of the primordial void, it quickly began to repair and mend. The aura was too strong. In the blink of an eye, the void within a radius of 10 billion miles was shrouded in a frenzy of energy and energy. The figures of the old Pig Spirit and the green-eyed beast could no longer be seen as they fell into a state of confusion. Only a series of roars and screeches could be heard from time to time. In the blink of an eye, the battle was in full swing. Two violent battlefields appeared in the void. The blood-winged tiger and the supreme beast were fighting, while the old pig spirit and the green-eyed beast were fighting. The four heavenly kings who had just finished their battle were now free. Clang! At this moment, in the distant void in front of them, the sound of chains suddenly came. Clang! On this side, the blood-winged tiger and the supreme beast, the old pig spirit and the green-eyed beast were fighting in pairs. After the four heavenly kings killed the 20 powerful beasts and the desolate sovereign, they were now free. Clang! It was at this moment that the sound of chains covering the sky and covering the earth suddenly rang out from the void in front of them. Looking over, the netherworld furnace that was as huge as a giant star suddenly moved at this moment without warning. First previously, the blood-winged tiger, the green-eyed beast, and the other 22 powerful beasts had arrived. They were originally carrying the netherworld furnace. After their arrival, the 22 beasts rushed out of the netherworld furnace and crossed the void, while the netherworld furnace floated behind them, motionless. But now, with the death of the 20 powerful beasts and the desolate sovereign, the furnace spirit in the netherworld furnace suddenly reacted. Now it suddenly moved. The 10,000 rune chains on the outer wall of the furnace wriggled like a giant python in the starry sky. This was clearly the rhythm that it was about to take action. The supreme beast and the old pig spirit were now unable to withdraw at all. The opponent that they were fighting against had the same cultivation level and strength. The battle could not end in a short period of time. Moreover, they had to go all out. Otherwise, once they were careless, they would instantly fall into a disadvantageous position and fall into a passive situation. Although the netherworld furnace was not a real living creature and was only a cauldron that was like a magic treasure, its grade was astonishing. Like the Shinnon cauldron in Yi Xian's hands, it was a primeval treasure of the era, a top-notch magic treasure of a great world. Moreover, under the nurturing of the primeval heaven's eye, the netherworld furnace had clearly given birth to a furnace spirit. The existence of this furnace spirit was equivalent to giving life to the netherworld furnace, giving it the ability to move on its own initiative. First previously, in the three main dimensions of the starry sky, the primeval heaven's eye had not been officially born. It had always been the netherworld furnace that automatically collected the remains of powerful primeval creatures and refined them into all evil origin elixir. First, today, although the primeval heaven's eye was still not here, the netherworld furnace was controlled by the furnace spirit. In fact, it was not much different from a true starry sky expert. If it moved, it could fight with anyone. As for its strength, due to the fact that it was a primeval treasure of the era, it naturally could not be too weak. Over the years, under the efforts of the primeval heaven's eye, the netherworld furnace was now equivalent to a heavenly Tao realm expert. It was roughly at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, whoosh, whoosh, amidst the earth-shattering sounds of chains, the cauldron of the nether cauldron that was as large as a star immediately moved. It turned into a streak of blood-black light, but it did not charge towards the four heavenly kings. Instead, it charged towards the depths of the demon hall's forbidden grounds. Although its body was massive, its speed was not slow at all. It was faster than lightning, catching the four heavenly kings off guard as it swept past them. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed hundreds of billions of kilometers in the void. At that moment, 500,000 kilometers in front of the netherworld furnace, there was an abandoned planet at the periphery of the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds. A large number of Magic Hall subordinates were stationed on this abandoned planet. They were the captive legions of the Magic Hall's 6 major legions. Captives: the Thundering Legion was formed from the captives of the Blood WM, Battle Lion, and Azure Rock races. And what was stationed on this abandoned planet was only a portion of the captive legion's Azure Rock branch. There were about 20 million of them. Apart from that, there were about 5 million battleships, fortresses, and star fortresses floating in the void around the abandoned planet. Today, as the netherworld cauldron shot forward, it arrived at the edge of the abandoned planet in the blink of an eye. On the surface of the cauldron that was as huge as a planet, those 10,000 giant rune chains that were 1,000,000 kilometers long danced and surged forward like a giant python in the starry sky. Boom. Rumble. Leading the charge were the 5 million battleships, fortresses, and star fortresses in the void around the planet. The netherworld furnace's 10,000 runic chains spanned 500,000 kilometers and were extremely thick. Their toughness was even more shocking. Now they were like giant pythons in space as they lashed out. In a blink of an eye, a portion of the battleships were reduced to smithereens. A deafening boom resounded as flames surged into the sky amidst the explosions. The Azure Rock Race experts inside the battleships did not even have a chance to escape as they died on the spot. This was only the beginning. The netherworld furnace didn't stop there. It rushed into the cauldron that was as large as a star, and the 10,000 rune chains were crazily waving. Every time they swept, a large number of battleships would explode into a huge fireball. Shoo! Bush, bush, bush. Such a shocking scene caused a huge commotion. It naturally alarmed the 20 million Azure Rock Race captives on the abandoned planet. Against the netherworld furnace that had reached the first stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, there was no way they could put up any resistance. With the netherworld furnace approaching, it was already not bad that they did not faint from fright. Countless silhouettes rushed out of the huge abandoned planet, fleeing in all directions. This, although the abandoned planet was massive, it was only about the same size as the netherworld furnace. Now, the netherworld furnace was only brandishing the 10,000 runic chains on the surface of the cauldron. If it were to crash into the abandoned planet, it would instantly shatter the planet. The terrifying impact would destroy everything. None of the 20 million Azure Rock Race captives would be able to survive. This the reason why they all rushed out from the planet and fled in all directions was because they thought of such a possibility. But, unfortunately, their so-called extreme was clearly a joke to the netherworld furnace that had combat strength comparable to the first stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Human. There were too many of them. It was impossible to pursue them one by one. The netherworld furnace had no intention of doing so. To it, these 20 million Azure Rock Race experts were not very strong. They could only be stationed on an abandoned planet at the periphery of the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. They were just a bunch of ants. And they were ants among ants. At that moment, an extremely deep buzzing sound suddenly sounded. An extremely terrifying suction force was emitted from within the netherworld furnace. The suction force was invisible, but it spread out in an instant. It acted on the large number of Cyan Rock Clan captives who were rushing out from the abandoned planet. In an instant, it caused their fleeing figures to stop abruptly in the void. Then, they were pulled back in the void by this invisible suction force that was so terrifying that they were completely unable to resist. In just a short breath of time, over 1 million figures had fallen into the mouth of the netherworld cauldron and were directly devoured. Gotcha! Gotcha? Immediately following that, the grinding sounds of grinding stones could be heard from within the netherworld furnace. What was happening inside was clearly indescribable. Chapter 5106. Roar. Ruthless, ruthless. Everything happened in the span of 2 to 3 breaths. The 4 heavenly kings turned around and saw such a tragic scene. They were instantly enraged. They raised their heads and roared. Without hesitation, they shot toward the netherworld cauldron in front of them at the same time. Everything happened too quickly. Caught off guard, the netherworld furnace soared into the sky and reached the edge of an abandoned planet in the blink of an eye. It destroyed a large number of battleships stationed in the void outside the planet. All the captives of the Green Rock clan who escaped the planet were sucked into the cauldron. There were tens of millions of them. Moreover, as these tens of millions of experts of the Green Rock clan were sucked into the cauldron, the netherworld furnace immediately emitted a terrifying cracking sound. This was the sound of the grinding stone in the cauldron starting to grind the flesh and blood into paste. Such a scene, just imagining it was enough to make one's head explode with anger. It was absolutely unbearable. Roar! Ruthless, ruthless. Everything happened in the span of 2 to 3 breaths. The 4 heavenly kings were completely unable to react. Now that he turned around and saw such a tragic scene, he was instantly enraged. He raised his head and roared. Without hesitation, He shook his shoulders and shot toward the netherworld cauldron in front of him at the same time. This time, they did not activate the Battle Hage's power in their chests because their target was different from before. The netherworld furnace was not made of flesh and blood. Whether it was the tide of time, the weeping soul ripples, or the shockwaves formed by the power of the void, they did not have much effect on it. Only the invisible shockwaves of the blood mosquito Battle Hage mixed with the alloy spikes might be effective. However, the netherworld furnace itself was made of some kind of extremely strong metal. It did not have flesh and blood. Even if these alloy spikes could penetrate the netherworld furnace, it would not be of much use. Therefore, the 4 heavenly kings rushed out this time and only surrounded the netherworld furnace from 4 different directions. Then, when they got close, they immediately punched out an existence that was like a magic treasure made of some kind of extremely strong metal. Only by destroying it with absolute power could they solve the problem. The netherworld furnace had a spirit. Facing the encirclement of the 4 heavenly kings, its figure paused for a moment, but it did not show the slightest fear. The 10,000 million miles long rune chains on the outer wall of the cauldron like a giant python in the starry sky waved in an instant, splitting into 4 groups and attacking the 4 heavenly kings. Although it wasn't a true cosmos expert, it had already given birth to a cauldron spirit. Therefore, it had the ability to attack autonomously. Furthermore, its combat strength wasn't weak. It could basically match an existence at the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. For although the combined forces of the great heavenly kings similarly had the ability to fight a first-stage Heavenly Tao realm expert head-on, their true cultivation realm had yet to reach the Heavenly Tao realm. They were only peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of the perfection realm, which was only at the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. The netherworld furnace had split the 10,000 rune chains on the outer wall of the cauldron into 4 groups, attacking the 4 heavenly kings separately. Its goal was clearly to separate the 4 heavenly kings so that it could defeat them one by one in the shortest amount of time. Otherwise, once the 4 heavenly kings joined forces, they would have the ability to fight a first-stage Heavenly Tao realm expert head-on. If both sides were to continue fighting, it would be very difficult to see a decisive result in this battle in a short period of time. Boom! Su Heavenly King Kong raised his head and roared. With a wave of his right arm, a huge fist like a meteor blasted out. In the blink of an eye, it broke hundreds of the more than 2,000 blood-black rune chains, but that was all it could do. The remaining 2,000 or so rune chains were like spiritual pythons in an instant. As they coiled nimbly, they tightly wrapped around the huge figure of the void heavenly king in just a short breath. At a glance, it was simply like a dumpling too tight. Kachacha? Su Heavenly King Kong was unwilling to give up. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. The power in his body was pushed to the limit as he struggled crazily in the void. Even more so as for the void battle talisman on his chest, it was emitting a blazing light at this moment. This was clearly a sign that the void battle talisman's power was being activated. Under their combined strength, a third of the 2,000-plus black rune chains that tightly wrapped around his body were instantly broken. But even so, there were still more than 1,000 rune chains that wrapped around the void heavenly king's incomparably huge body. It seemed that he had already used all his strength. The last 1,000 or so rune chains that were still wrapped around his body were unlikely to be able to break free. A similar scene was playing out on Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, Heavenly King Time, and Heavenly King Crying Soul. The 10,000 rune chains on the outer walls of the netherworld cauldron were all incomparably thick and solid, reaching a length of 1,000,000 zhang. Moreover, they were as agile as space serpents. Now, facing the 4 heavenly kings who were rumbling towards them, these 10,000 rune chains were divided into 4 and completely wrapped around the 4 heavenly kings. Only just a small number of runic chains was enough for the 4 great heavenly kings to directly break and break free. However, with over 2,000 chains entangled together, they were truly too sturdy. Even if they used all of their strength, and even used the kinetic energy of the battle claws that had been fused into their bodies, they were only able to break apart a third of the chains. It was almost meaningless. Because after breaking off a third of the rune chains, Their situation was the same as before. Their movements were restricted and they were wrapped like dumplings. The two sides competed with each other, and this scene continued for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. During this period of time, the runic chains that wrapped around the bodies of the four great heavenly kings would occasionally emit cracking sounds, but it was only a small number, and it was unable to turn the situation around. Gradually, the four heavenly kings started to feel a little tired after struggling with all their strength. And in the other two battlefields in the void, the Emperor Beast was fighting with the blood-winged tiger, and the old pig was fighting with the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. The two sides fighting in these two battlefields were evenly matched, and it was impossible to have a result in a short time. So therefore, the four heavenly kings couldn't count on the Emperor Beast and the old pig. Front in the depths of the forbidden grounds of the Devil Hall, numerous abandoned stars were filled with numerous experts of the Devil Hall. There was no lack of experts from the primordial era amongst them. For example, the 7 gorgeous cultivators had already stepped into the primordial exalt realm. But even they, who had the strongest cultivation, were only second-order desolate supremacies. They were only at the initial stage of this realm. Against the netherworld furnace, which had the combat strength of a first-order heavenly Dao realm expert, they were clearly unable to shake it. Furthermore, the 7 gorgeous cultivators were still in seclusion. They probably didn't know the situation in the outside world and that the 4 heavenly kings were in danger. Whoosh, walala. At this moment, after feeling the 4 great heavenly kings' struggling strength gradually weaken, the netherworld furnace finally made a new move. Its rune chains slowly retracted and lifted up. This was clearly the rhythm of throwing the 4 great heavenly kings' entangled bodies into the furnace. Boom! Rumble! The situation was extremely dangerous. It could be said that it was a matter of life and death. At this moment, there was a shocking explosion high in the void. A thick tribulation cloud that covered tens of millions of miles suddenly appeared. This was clearly a heavenly Dao lightning tribulation. Furthermore, the aura it emitted was extremely powerful. It was definitely not an ordinary heavenly Dao realm expert. It seemed to have mutated. Whoosh, walala. As the 4 heavenly kings' struggle gradually weakened, the netherworld furnace made a new move. Its rune chains slowly shrank and lifted. This was clearly the rhythm of throwing the 4 heavenly kings' entangled bodies into the furnace. Although the 4 heavenly kings weren't life forms of flesh and blood, but electronic and mechanical life forms, their massive bodies were modified time and time again. They used a large number of materials from the remains of ancient life forms. Even more furthermore, the 4 races of kinetic energy that fused into the 4 heavenly kings' bodies were rather extraordinary as well. This included the various top-grade cosmic metals used in the 4 heavenly kings' bodies, as well as some other special materials. The netherworld furnace could absorb all of them. To it, these were also the best resources. If it were to throw the 4 heavenly kings into the huge furnace, they would instantly perish under the crushing pressure of the millstone. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. It was definitely a 1-in-a-million situation. And it was also at this moment that a turning point appeared. Void high in the sky, there was a shocking explosion. A thick tribulation cloud that covered tens of millions of miles suddenly appeared. This was clearly a heavenly Dao lightning tribulation. Furthermore, the aura it emitted was extremely powerful. It was definitely not an ordinary heavenly Dao realm expert. It seemed to have mutated at this moment, and in the forbidden grounds of the magic hall, the heavenly Dao lightning tribulation suddenly appeared. The only possibility was that the treasured devouring body had successfully broken through. As for the mutation of the heavenly tribulation, it seemed to be expected. What sort of existence was the treasured devouring body? In terms of monstrous talent, it far exceeded Yi Xian's actual body. It would be strange if his heavenly Dao lightning tribulation did not mutate. Matter in fact, it was indeed so. As the terrifying tribulation cloud appeared high in the sky and churned, in the depths of the forbidden grounds of the magic hall, a star instantly exploded, pung! With a deafening boom, the entire planet was blasted into pieces. Countless pieces of rubble flew everywhere. A figure shot out from the rubble like a shooting star. His speed was extremely fast, and he headed straight for the outskirts of the forbidden grounds of the Devil Hall, which was also where the battle was taking place. This figure was none other than the treasured devouring body. His body did not seem eye-catching, being that of an ordinary human expert. He was completely incomparable to the massive astral beasts that spanned tens of millions of kilometers. However, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was extremely astounding. Such as today, having just broken through and stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, his cultivation level was naturally only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. But for some reason, when they turned around and saw the treasured devouring body, even the third stage heavenly Tao realm sanguine winged tiger and the fourth stage heavenly Tao realm jade-eyed golden-eyed beast felt a sense of trepidation. They felt an extremely strong sense of dread. Heaven's Tao realm experts were already at the pinnacle of life's natural order. Their divine perception was extremely sharp. For the two of them to have such feelings towards the treasured devouring body was enough to show how powerful he was. Matter in fact, it was indeed so. The treasured devouring body was extraordinary. His body was formed from the connate devouring crystal, and his bloodline was purer than a connate ferocious beast. It was close to that of a chaos fiend celestial. Same Ash was absolutely invincible under his realm. Even more so as for that, even though he was only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he could still easily suppress existences at the third or fourth stage of the heavenly Tao realm. And it was precisely because of such a heaven-defying bloodline that the treasured devouring body was so confident all these years. He roamed the outside world alone to temper himself and grow. However, he never relied on any cardinal treasures or powerful divine powers. Against any enemy, he only relied on pure strength and the instinct of the treasured devouring body to fight. On this point, even Yi Xian could only sigh at his inferiority. There was no way he could compare. Roar! At that moment, as his figure shot over like a shooting star, he arrived in the void where the battle was taking place in the periphery of the forbidden grounds of the Magic Hall. The treasured devouring body raised his head and roared as he charged straight for the netherworld cauldron. Boom! Rumble! Far up in the sky, the black tribulation cloud that had gathered out of thin air had already spanned 5 billion kilometers. The vast expanse of sky was enveloped by the tumultuous tribulation cloud as though doomsday had arrived. Even the void was trembling as a result. Typical heavenly Tao lightning tribulations would definitely not have such terrifying might. This was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Typical mid-stage heavenly Tao realm existences would lose a layer of skin if they encountered it. In fact, that was indeed the case. When the sanguine winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast sensed the surging tribulation lightning above their heads, they were no longer calm. They seemed to want to escape, but they were held back by the archbeast and the pig demon. Compared to the two of them, the archbeast and the pig demon could also be injured by the tribulation lightning. However, the pig demon's skin was tough, while the archbeast had an alloy combat body made of special metals. In comparison, it clearly had the advantage. For example, today, they had forcefully left the sanguine winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast behind. It was clear that they wanted to use their injuries to exchange for their deaths. Boom! Crash! Gotcha! In a blink of an eye, the treasured devouring body appeared in front of the netherworld cauldron. Without any hesitation, he punched the netherworld cauldron. Although the netherworld cauldron had combat strength at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, the treasured devouring body was no ordinary heavenly Tao realm expert. This punch instantly caused the netherworld cauldron to tremble. It was completely no match for the treasured devouring body. The strength of the punch left it alarmed as though it was being crushed. Hua! The clanking sounds of chains rang out. Half of the thousands of rune chains that had originally bound the 4 heavenly kings were instantly broken. The 4 heavenly kings had escaped and did not continue to fight. They simply did not dare to linger here. Bihi's cultivation base was only at the great perfection of the 9th stage of desolate supremacy, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao. This kind of cultivation base could not even withstand the ordinary heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, let alone the devouring treasure body, which was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. They immediately retreated to the depths of the forbidden zone in the magic hall. They avoided the tribulation clouds that enveloped a region of 5 billion kilometers and watched from afar. Crash! The sound of chains rang out as the netherworld cauldron emitted an intense blood-red light. All the runic chains that were previously broken instantly reconnected under the illumination of this light. They looked exactly the same as before. The only difference was that the blood-red runic patterns on the 10,000 runic chains seemed to be dimmer than before. Netherworld, the cauldron's 10,000 chains and the massive cauldron's inner and outer walls had a large number of obscure runic patterns. These runic patterns represented the power of its domain. For example, the runic patterns on the 10,000 chains had dimmed significantly. Some of the runic patterns were so dim that they were nearly invisible, as though they had been extinguished. It clearly represented that the netherworld cauldron's power had been damaged. It was the same as when a cosmos expert was injured. It was afraid. As the broken chains reconnected, the netherworld cauldron's massive cauldron body suddenly trembled as it attempted to shoot into the distance. It was clearly trying to avoid the treasured devouring body. It was too afraid of him. Crash! Lock! The sound of chains rang out as the netherworld cauldron emitted an intense blood-red light. All the runic chains that were previously broken instantly reconnected under the illumination of this light. Immediately following that, the netherworld cauldron's massive cauldron body suddenly trembled as it attempted to shoot into the distance. It was clearly trying to avoid the treasured devouring body. It was too afraid of him. If Yi Xian were to see such a scene, he would probably be shocked speechless. For example, today, Yi Xian was already a powerful existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm. If he were to punch out, his strength would definitely exceed the treasured devouring body, which was only at the 1st level of the heavenly Dao realm. For example, although the treasured devouring body was monstrous, no matter how monstrous it was, its combat strength was only equivalent to the 4th level of the heavenly Dao realm. But in fact, if Yi Xian were here, the result of his punch would definitely be different. At the very least, the netherworld cauldron would definitely not become so fearful just from the might of that punch, to the point of wanting to retreat immediately. Or Su Tianji's heavenly Dao lightning tribulation was probably one of the factors that made it fearful. After all, this was a mutated heavenly Dao lightning tribulation. Its might was not to be underestimated. But this reason was still somewhat far-fetched because the netherworld cauldron was not like other starry sky experts. Although it had already given birth to a cauldron spirit and had its own consciousness, its body was still just a cauldron that resembled a magic treasure. Furthermore, it was forged from a special kind of extremely strong metal. Like the Shinnon cauldron, it was a primordial treasure of the era. Heaven, although this heavenly Dao lightning tribulation was terrifying and its mutated might was even stronger, to an existence like it, it was definitely less of a threat than a living creature of flesh and blood. Clearly, it was not enough to make the netherworld cauldron want to escape immediately. Unsurprisingly, the reason why the netherworld cauldron was so fearful should be related to the treasured devouring body. The treasured devouring body did not have any powerful abilities, nor did it have any treasures accompanying it. Its devouring bloodline was its strongest means. Netherworld, the cauldron had given birth to a cauldron spirit, and its cultivation level had already reached the 1st stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Its divine perception was extremely sharp. It was fine if it did not come into contact with the cauldron previously, but when the treasured devouring body's punch landed on the cauldron's wall, both parties had intimate contact without any obstruction. It was enough for the netherworld cauldron to keenly grasp something from the punch. Unfortunately, although it realized the danger and wanted to escape, what kind of existence was the treasured devouring body? Its fighting spirit was shocking, and even Yi Xian was inferior to it. It naturally could not let the enemy in front of it leave. Boom! Rumble! Gotcha! At this time, the churning tribulation clouds high in the sky had become even more violent. Amidst the shocking rumbling of thunder, a crisp sound that made one's heart tremble resounded. Within the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered a distance of 10 billion miles, a blood-colored lightning finally struck down. With a diameter of 50 million miles, it was terrifyingly thick. The invisible aura of destruction that emanated from it caused even heavenly Tao realm existences to change their expressions. Only one such blood-colored lightning bolt struck down, and it was locked onto the treasured devouring body. It did not strike where the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast were fighting. This made the two old fellows secretly heave a sigh of relief. Although it was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, the treasured devouring body did not take it to heart. He had a body that was formed from the purest innate devouring origin crystal. The power of his bloodline was too powerful, and he could even devour the power of lightning, turning it into resources to boost his cultivation. But this time, he clearly didn't plan to directly rush into the sky and enter the tribulation lightning to devour the power of the lightning. Turn around glancing at the sky, the treasured devouring body's shoulders shook, and his entire body instantly shot up, charging towards the mouth of the cauldron. This posture clearly indicated that he was going to enter the interior of the netherworld cauldron. If that was really the case, once he entered the interior of the netherworld cauldron, no matter where the netherworld cauldron fled, the tribulation lightning from the tribulation clouds that shrouded the sky would definitely lock onto the netherworld cauldron and chase after it. The netherworld cauldron might not be afraid of this, but it was extremely afraid of the treasured devouring body. At the thought of the treasured devouring body entering its cauldron, the cauldron spirit sensed it, and the entire cauldron that was as huge as a star trembled slightly. Immediately after, as the treasured devouring body shot towards the mouth of the cauldron, a blood-colored light screen immediately appeared at the mouth of the cauldron, sealing the entire mouth of the cauldron. This was clearly condensed by the power of the netherworld cauldron's domain, and its purpose was to block the treasured devouring body outside, preventing him from entering the cauldron. Whoosh! Just as the blood-colored light shield appeared, the devouring treasured body arrived. The moment it touched the blood-colored light shield, its body suddenly froze. However, immediately after, there was a dazzling seven-colored light radiating from the devouring treasured body's body. This is when the layer of blood-red light encountered this layer of dazzling rainbow light. It was as if ice and snow had encountered the scorching sun. In an instant, a large hole was melted into it. The treasured devouring physique that had just stopped abruptly entered the netherworld cauldron through the big hole and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Crack! Boom! Rumble! In the next moment, the blood-red lightning bolt finally struck down from the sky. Although the netherworld cauldron was like a giant star, the diameter of this blood-red lightning bolt was 50 million miles, almost the same size as the netherworld cauldron. An incomparably large bolt of blood-colored lightning instantly enveloped the entire netherworld cauldron. A thunderous roar shook the heavens, and the cauldron spirit could feel it. Under this level of tribulation lightning, the entire cauldron began to tremble violently. The 10,000 rune chains on the cauldron crazily danced, and the clanking sounds entered one's ears. Psst, psst, psst. This was only the first bolt of tribulation lightning. There were a total of 9 heavenly Tao tribulations, and everything in front of them was clearly just the beginning. After a short 3 breaths of time, the boundless sea of lightning finally dissipated. The main body of the netherworld cauldron was unscathed, but the talisman markings on the 10,000 chains on the outside of the cauldron had clearly dimmed a little. All of the chains drooped down, giving off a feeling of powerlessness. It was clear that they had suffered some damage from the terrifying might of the tribulation lightning. At this moment, the netherworld cauldron spirit was definitely on the verge of collapse. Today he was just too unlucky. He was fine earlier, but in the blink of an eye, a heavenly Tao realm expert with a special bloodline forcefully barged into the cauldron. Furthermore, the other party had just broken through and was undergoing his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. And because of this fellow's special bloodline, his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was also extraordinary. It had already mutated, and now that this person was hiding in the cauldron, it was clear that he couldn't escape. He had to brace himself and help him endure the 9 waves of mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation from beginning to end. Boom! Rumble! Crack! It was also at this moment that the shocking sound of thunder rang out once again in the sky. Accompanied by the extremely clear sound of ripping silk, the second bolt of tribulation lightning finally struck down. In the forbidden area of the palace, The battle between the blood-winged tiger and the archbeast, the old pig spirit and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was still ongoing. High above their heads, the tribulation clouds that enveloped the void for billions of miles were still churning violently, emitting a terrifying pressure that made one shudder, boom, rumble, crack. It was also at this moment that the shocking sound of thunder rang out once again in the sky. Accompanied by the extremely clear sound of ripping silk, the second bolt of tribulation lightning finally struck down Walhalla. The netherworld cauldron, the cauldron was struggling, and the runic chains outside the cauldron's walls were waving crazily. Its body was originally like a giant star, but now it was rapidly shrinking. When the second bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, the nether cauldron, which was as large as a star, had already shrunk to a circumference of only 100,000 feet. However, it still could not escape the lock of the tribulation lightning. The blood-red tribulation lightning fiercely smashed onto the walls of the cauldron, causing the entire cauldron to tremble violently once again. However, it was still fine. After all, it was a primordial treasure of the era, forged from some kind of mysterious and powerful metal. Moreover, the existence that personally forged it was the will of the heavenly Tao of a large world, so its strength could be imagined. At the same time, inside the nether cauldron. After entering the cauldron, the devouring treasured body's shoulders shook and directly arrived in front of the huge millstone inside the nether cauldron. Just now, the nether cauldron's divine might had sucked in all 20 million Azure Rock clan captives on an abandoned planet. Immediately after, the sound of the millstone rotating could be heard from inside the cauldron. This time, when the devouring treasured body entered the cauldron, the bone-chilling sound had already disappeared and could no longer be heard. After all, it was only 20 million Azure Rock clan captives with low cultivation bases. In a short period of time, they had been ground into bloody paste by the huge millstone inside the cauldron. Seeing all this, a cold light flashed in the devouring treasured body's eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and touched the huge millstone. The moment his fingertips touched it, from the center of his palm, there was clearly a blazing light shining. What was strange was that when the blazing light on the devouring treasured body's palm lit up, the huge millstone also suddenly lit up with a blood-red light. As if attracted, the two lights instantly merged together. The aura of this blood-red light was extremely strange. It had the aura of Yi Xian's bloodline, and also the aura of the headless infant corpse. However, it was extremely obscure and deeply hidden, covered by an extremely dense aura of fierce beasts. Also only Yi Xian's original body or the devouring treasured body could sense it. Even the nether cauldron was deceived. Otherwise, it would not have allowed this blood-red light to exist in the core of the cauldron. All of this was thanks to the headless infant corpse. When Yi Xian entered the depths of the origin of all evil star area in the first universe of the three main dimensions of the starry sky, he gained the trust of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. With the help of the primordial porcupine, he sent a drop of essence blood to the nether cauldron. In this way, he gained the nether cauldron's approval, which allowed him to enter the depths of the origin of all evil star area without being affected by the pressure of the nether cauldron. Clang. The nether cauldron's ferocious face had not yet appeared when it accepted the drop of essence blood and recognized Yi Xian's identity as the primordial little demon ape, the descendant of the origin of all evil ancient wild beast. Exactly. In the drop of essence blood that was sent to the nether cauldron, the headless infant corpse was mixed with a wisp of the heavenly way's power. However, it was extremely obscure and was covered by the strong aura of the primordial demon ape. It was hidden from the nether cauldron and was not detected by it. This was a backup plan left by the headless infant corpse in the nether cauldron. Yi Xian knew about this, and the devouring treasured body, as his avatar, naturally knew about it as well. For example, when the devouring treasured body entered the nether cauldron's body and reached out to touch the huge millstone inside the nether cauldron, the drop of essence blood was activated. The backup plan left by the headless infant corpse in the blood was fully activated. Coupled with the unique power of the devouring treasured body's devouring bloodline, at this moment, from the center of the devouring treasured body's palm, A wisp of blood-red light instantly burst out and entered the outer wall of the millstone that the palm touched, and immediately spread out in all directions. Buzz! At this moment, a strange buzzing sound rang out. As the blood-red light from the devouring treasured body's palm spread out rapidly, the originally dense and obscure runes on the huge millstone were instantly shaken. From near to far, these runes quickly dimmed. The speed was too fast. In just a breath, some of the obscure runes around the devouring treasured body's palm had gone from dimming to disappearing, directly disappearing. This huge flesh millstone was the core of the nether cauldron. The obscure runes on the millstone represented the consciousness of the cauldron spirit that was born in the nether cauldron. For example, the devouring treasured body used the arrangement left behind by the headless infant corpse to display its unique devouring bloodline to the extreme. It was currently devouring these obscure runes, which was equivalent to devouring the consciousness of the cauldron spirit. Once all of this was over, the spirit refinement of the nether cauldron would disappear, or it would be completely refined by the devouring treasured body. At that time, the nether cauldron would no longer belong to the primeval heaven's eye, and would be taken away by the devouring treasured body. The direct refinement of the nether cauldron from the inside was extremely thorough, to the extent that there was no possibility of reversal. From then on, the nether cauldron to the devouring treasured body was like the farmer god's cauldron to the Yixian. With a thought, it would be as easy as controlling an arm, and it would be difficult to separate. Walala, screech. The nether cauldron spirit naturally sensed everything that was happening inside the nether cauldron. At this moment, it was truly panicking. The 10,000 rune chains outside the cauldron's walls suddenly waved even more crazily. The nether cauldron, there was even a sky-shaking screech coming from inside its body. This was the cauldron spirit's shriek. It realized that the crisis of destruction had arrived. In reality, the nether cauldron was not too afraid of the devouring treasured body's heavenly tribulation lightning. Even if the devouring